Hey, part 4, maybe.
Good afternoon,
I think
good
it's,
evening, good night, or good morning, depending on where in the world you are watching this show.
I'm not sure if YouTube was ready for our stream.
Yeah,
Was
absolutely.
not really happy. So, well, Pioneer
here.
Canada is saying they're back.
Yes.
Qualatex saying, ooh, the music means it's almost time. Let's just make sure that we are and have been going live.
Well, it's going back again. It's all right. It looks like we're okay. I think
it's
we're all right.
catching
It's catching itself
back up again.
We're asking
Let's
a
just-
lot of it because of that. I think
We
that's the
are.
problem.
It is saying warning. So let's see what we can do.
I'm gonna get rid of that, and I'm gonna get rid of this. Can you do the output lower?
I'm gonna try and see if we can.
Hang with us, guys.
negate.
Just hang with us for a moment. We know that it's just a bit glitchy at the moment because we're asking a lot of our internet as it is. Yes, people's will be buffering. We understand that it's buffering. It is running like that, but we will get through it. We promise. We just need to make sure that
reduced
everything's
some bandwidth there.
We might be all right.
We may be on the knife edge. Let's give it a second and see if it settles.
Yes, I'm not liking that yellow button there on that. We don't normally.
We've got some settlage.
Yes,
here
we
on
are
this
part
monitor.
4 though. We are part 4.
We are
out of 9 parts.
Hey, we've got to part 4 before we pushed it.
Yes, part 4 without anything going terribly wrong. This could be it. This could be the moment.
Sometimes it just takes a little while for those little hamsters and mice to catch up on the wheels.
Absolutely. So, what do we got here next for part 4? We have first of all the Ask an Expert, which is the design
sitting in the wings right
panel.
now, patiently waiting to go live.
And then after that we have Alessandro, followed by Federico, then Amanda Armstrong, Craig Cash, Keren, and finally Holly, Twister Sister. So,
well, there's some good stuff in there. Definitely.
They're saying that it was a bit slow, but everything seems to have settled down after the intro. We'll see how it handles from there. So
excellent. Okay.
I realise I need this because what we're going to do is we're going to ask some experts.
We are.
And we need to fly over there.
We are.
This class is going to. It was scheduled to finish exactly at 2 o'clock. However, Sue needs to get off. She has an appointment, a pre-appointment that she must leave at 2 o'clock. But our other guys are going to hang around for another 15 minutes to answer any questions that you may have. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive over to those.
We are.
We go to our other screen. And we can say hi to our very special guests.
Here we go.
Here we go. Give a bit of a wave there.
Hi, gang.
Hi, gang.
Hi.
Can we hear everybody?
Hello.
Can we hear us?
We have.
That's
We've got
important.
everyone. We've got everyone at the same
Hola.
time.
Hola.
Thanks for
Hola.
joining us, gang.
Yes. ¿Qué tal?
We've got Sue Bowler, Cam Woody, Aleks Hernandez, Nelly, and Tope. Look at that.
Absolutely.
And us two squeezed in the middle.
Yes. We're the rose between thorns.
That's what it is.
So what we're going to do is, the way this is going to work is that we have some questions that you guys have already sent us, and what we'll do is we're going to drop them into the chat. But if you have any questions too, you could drop them in the chat, and we shall try and get them to our experts. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive straight in with our first question.
We thought if it goes in the chat, it'd be easy to translate for everyone as well.
Yes,
our wonderful
okay.
translators
So
working hard
you
there.
can read it in the chat if you don't understand my accent, because apparently I do have a little one. Here we go. So the first one is, which of the principles and elements of design is the most important to a creation, and why? Now, what's going to happen is we're going to look for one of our panelists to accept the challenge of answering that question. And we'll see how that works. Oh, we've got... I think we're going to put that question first of all...
Everyone's being polite, you see.
...to Sue. So what we'll do is we'll get Sue up on stage. Are you ready, Sue?
I am.
Okay, you go for it.
Okay, so basically there is no preferential principle and element. They all need to work to make sure a design is correct. We might start with a color, we might start with a form or something, a shape, But to actually make a design work, we need to make sure that we apply all the principles and elements. And, you know, if we don't, then you'll probably find that the design won't look as good as it could. Others might disagree with me, but I actually think we need to cover everything.
What we're going to do, thanks for that, Sue. What we're going to do as well is that I can see that Aleks and Nelly would like to have a go at the same question.
Yes. For us, the color, I think, in the elements of design, without the color, is the one of the best part for us. We used to work with color a lot. We think is the first thing we see when the people come to our shop or come to see one of our designs. So the color is, I don't know, it's like a language for us. Yes, it's the first thing we saw. So, of course, we need to complement with the other elements. All should be together and be part of the design. But the color, I don't know, is for us the connection with our client or the connection with the other people.
Yeah, thank you for that. So color is the main one, and Sue's obviously saying that you've got to keep everything in balance. But let's have a little look at what Cam has to say about the same question.
Well, my only comment, it's similar to what Sue said, but I feel like the unity is the one that actually encompasses everything. If the design doesn't have a wholeness to it, then it doesn't matter what color it is. It could be all over the place. The unity is very important. I think, yeah, like Sue said, the unity takes care of all the other elements and principles.
Yeah, completely understand. Thank you very much. We got Sue on full screen there now. There we go. Well, right, we're going to move on to another question. I'm just having a little look to see if we've got any questions coming up in the chat.
Chat moves so fast.
I know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another one of our pre-questions, and I can see some more coming through there. So we'll dive with this one, which is, what is your process as a designer? This is a very big question. What is your process as a designer? Where do you start? Oh, 1 second, I'm going to have to do that. So then we can go again. You guys can... I'm looking for somebody to have a go at that question. What? You know what? I tell you what, because Tope is disconnected from our back channel system. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put him in for that question. So Tope,
no pressure, Tope.
Yes.
no pressure. We're going to push you in right in the middle of here. So what is your process as a designer? Where do you start? You're well known as a designer. So where do you start, buddy?
For me, it's so I'm going to take that like, you know, personally. How do I design? I start with a concept. What, you know, obviously the client brief comes in, I look at it, I try to understand what the client is trying to achieve. So I then go to sort of how I interpret this in my own language, you know, specifically in this case, the you know, balloon decor, because this is as it applies to what we do here at Balloon Inspirations. So I would then start to interpret this in possibly bubbles, or trying to do a sketch of how I see this question, this brief. Then after I've done a few sketches, I will try to see how balloons that I have available fit into the concept or the diagram I've started to put down. And then I start to play. Sometimes I end up in a completely different place from what the sketch has started off with. Other times, I I follow through exactly what it looks like, because especially, I mean, case in point, if you look at the sort of quite trendy designs now with the balloon stacks, I don't know what people call them. Some people call them balloon marquees, balloon stacks, and stuff like that. You can't all the time, if you're doing a sketch, it may not fit in as you've imagined it would fit in when you've made the sketch, when you actually go to reality. So, you know, things change, and you've got to be willing as a designer to be flexible. Yeah, and so that's how I, you know, go from concept to sketch to actual execution of a design. Now, if we're talking about like designing a space, I usually look at the entire space. For me, I look at it as a centerpiece, and it just makes it easier for me to look at things like a primary focal point, a secondary focal point. And I'm going to use an example. Like if you've been to WBC, you know, the final night is different from the sort of costume Thursday night parties. With the final night, the focal point is one main focal point, and that's the stage, because there are going to be awards and stuff there. So that has to be grand. It has to be big. And if you then think about Thursday night party, for me, the focal point is usually the buffet in the center. And so when I have had the opportunity to design that in the past, what I have done is use the center as a major focal point, because that's where, you know, that's where the food is. That's, you know, that's the fun part of that event. And so the secondary focal point on events like that then becomes the stage, because there's going to be some things happening on the stage. But, you know, I use the center of the room as my centerpiece, and I start working from there and then working outwards.
Thank you very much, Tope. Very in depth. I like the idea that it's kind of a that's constantly evolving, that you have to be fluid with your designs on there. I know Sue is wanting to add her opinion on that question as well. So, Sue, what's your process as a designer? Where do you start?
So I'm going to talk about how I design a centerpiece rather than a room decor, because obviously Tope's covered that very well. Often my centerpiece designs are inspired actually from the balloon that I want to focus on for the design. So if it's, you know, obviously I choose my qualatex balloon, and then I look at it to get a lot of inspiration from that balloon. It could be colors, it could be the shapes within the balloon, it could be themes within the balloon, and you can just take little elements of all the things that are in the balloon to start the design process. And I think that that's the most important thing to do, because everything that you choose has to relate back to the original focal point, which will be the main balloon that you're using. For me, that's been a very much a formula that I've used for years and years and years. I used to use it in competitions when I entered centerpiece competitions. I still use it today when I'm designing something for a class and or to show it on my Instagram. So yeah, it's definitely find your inspiration and take elements from the balloon that's your main focal point.
Cool. Thank you very much,
Sue.
And Alex and Nelly, if you want to give your answer to that same question.
Yes, we will have the little space in Spanish.
Hola. Nosotros especialmente cuando vamos a hacer alguna decoración mediana, grande, como en un centro comercial, nos gusta contar una historia, darle vida a los personajes, que tenga como algo de interacción.
Yes, she said when we go to a mall or a medium or big scale decoration, we try to focus in a story. Okay, we want to tell a story, and the story tells us what all the elements we need to put in our designs. For example, if we're talking about a story about a princess, we think about what is doing the princess, where is the princess, if he's talking with someone, and we need to make the other animal or person or element. So we play with the story, we play with all the elements, and after that we look for each space we need to build, but the storytelling is always our main thing to look around. Is for us like the spirit of the decoration, the spirit of all the things we are working, even with decorations with our clients. Maybe the client wants to a small decoration, but we are talking about a specific theme, and we build around what is happening there. It interacts with the maybe with the kids or interacting with desserts on the table. We don't know. So we are talking about all around the story.
Cool. I really like that concept of the fact that it's a story in there, and there's a lot of people that are agreeing in the chat too by the sign of the hearts. But Cam wants to add hers as well, because you've got a very different perspective from this, Cam. So
yeah, it's totally different. But, oh my gosh, we have such awesome designers on here. I love their answers. They're all perfect and spot on. The only thing that I try to do that's maybe in addition to what they've just said is I like to try to imagine how the person who is receiving it or who is a part of the gift or the decor, the part of the party, I try to imagine what emotion I want them to have when they see the decorations or receive the gift. There's sometimes when you want it to be very funny or playful, so you need to design more in that manner, or other times where you want it to be very elegant and classy and simplified. So you need to kind of imagine how the person receiving the gift will feel, the emotion they will feel when they see what you've created.
Yeah, I like that idea. So you're basically you're really focusing in on what are we trying to achieve by this, emotionally wise, rather than aesthetically. In this case, it's the emotion that we're trying to plug into. I mean, we are so blessed to have all you guys here on this particular topic, because you guys are absolute gurus in the design world.
Legends.
So legends. So what we got, we've had some questions in chat, so we're going to pick up on one of these now. This is actually a really good one, and we get it in our store as well, so we would love to hear your answers on this. So the question is, if a customer comes in with a bad color choice, how do you change their minds?
Great
question. Everybody's going to suffer this question.
I think everyone in the chat's going, oh yes.
Yes, oh yes. We
what
get
a great
them.
question. Well done, Rachel.
So Cam's diving in there first. She's going to put her neck on the block to answer this. Have a go at this one first. So here we go, Cam.
Way to go, Rachel. So I feel like this happens a lot. I'm sure you can all relate to that. I say you have to start with whatever their main color choice is, because you can still give them the control, and then maybe the other colors that are not so great, that you don't like as much, just have them be little accents. They don't have to control the design. You know, they need to be able to have ownership in what you're creating as well. So that would be my solution. Give them mostly what they want, and then use the extra colors that they want maybe as accents.
Well, we're going to move over to Sue on this one as well. We're going to pass that question over to Sue. Bad colour choices, Sue. What do we do about it? What do we do about it?
Well, I can give a really good example from many years ago that somebody wanted me to decorate a marquee with tartan colours. So we have no tartan balloons, so they wanted me to use all the different tartan colours that was within this particular tartan, and I just knew instantly that it would just look absolutely terrible. It just wouldn't work at all, because nobody would get the concept of where they were coming from. So I totally agree with what Cam says. You've just got to be really very careful. And because it was a wedding, I stuck with a very neutral colour, so I stayed with white balloons, and then I chose all the tartan colours in ribbons. and, you know, and little tiny accent details. So it's so, you know, you've just got to explain to the customer the benefits of not using domineering colors and how it will overwhelm the surroundings that it's in, and explain to them that if you use a neutral color and then add those little accent details of color, it will just look so much more sophisticated and elegant.
That makes so much sense. I mean, we could go with Luke's answer in the chat, which was call the colour police. But I think we'd actually go with Cam and Sue on this one.
I think it's such an elegant way of doing that, though, because I think for a lot of balloon companies, and especially us starting off, our go-to response is, let's try and match our balloons. We've got such a massive array of balloons.
We can do this, of course,
let's match all those colours of balloons together, but actually it just looks a bit of a mess. Yeah. So little details, little touches that are not even balloons. That's a great answer.
Really, really nice. Okay, let's go for this one as well from Andre Popolino. And the question is, what do you think of the organic technique? Has this changed the classic decor so much?
Who's going to answer
Aleks
this one?
Aleks and Nelly. Nelly's going to dive in on this one, I think.
Okay.
Let's move over.
We think that the organic decor is a really change for restaurant life as designers. Because we used to make, I don't know, the size and change sometimes the customers change the mindset we have. And I think it's very positive to have new ways to make a new elements. You know, for example, we used to mix the organic decor with the things we like. So, okay, we like organic too, but I mean that put all together, you know, is another tool for us. Is a new tool to mix and get new results.
Yeah, it is. It's another tool in the tool belt. But what we're going to do as well is that we're going to pass this over to Tope and find out what Tope thinks about it, because he does quite a lot of organic work. In the field, pretty much all the time. So what do you think? Because you do a lot of classic, right? And you do a lot of organic. So how do you think it's affected?
Well, to start with, I do like organics. The only I have it's nice when it's done properly. It's unfortunate that the public buys into unprofessional organic work, but anybody these days can get not even a proper inflating machine. You can literally get a hand pump, get a bag of cheap balloons and call it organics, because you know who's to tell you that's not how it's done. And this is where it's very important. One of the reasons we're here today is to discuss design, to have an understanding of design, because you will be able to tell which organics look better by understanding who understands the principles and elements of design. You know, there is a method to the madness. You know, it is crazy, you know, just supposedly sticking balloons together. But there is a method to it. You need to understand, you need to go in to start with understanding shape. You need to understand color, how it's used. You need to understand line, all those things, textures as well. Now, I don't think the organics is going to run classic balloon out of town. In fact, I actually believe the designer who is able to command the use of both organics and classic, you know, has a stronger staying power in the business. So, yeah, you know, that's my answer. Really understanding and getting, you know, to understand the principles and elements of design, which basically underlines every art form. So whether you are wanting to make cakes, whether you're wanting to do fashion and stuff like that, really getting to understanding these principles would help the work that you do.
Cool. So like creating a synergy between the two blends. I like that idea too. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Let's go for that one. Another question from one of our people in the chat, which is, where do you get your inspiration from?
Yes, guys.
Where do you get
Where
your
from?
inspiration? Sue's dived straight in with this one. Sue, come on, Sue.
Let me,
The inspiration queen. We get ours a lot of the time from the Very Best Balloon Dog blog. So let's find out where Sue gets hers
all
from.
right, it's really easy.
Right, let's dive in there.
Inspiration comes from absolutely everywhere. I mean, you could, taking me back to competition days or designing days, I could be, as I said earlier, looking through the Qualatex catalogue. I have spent many, many, many hours looking through the Qualatex catalogue because there might just be something that I see that will inspire me to make a design. I look outside of the balloon industry a lot. I look at the floral pages and look at floral groups, just because, again, the floristry market has lots of fantastic ideas, and if you can see it made in flowers, then you can definitely see it made in balloons. So I think the most important thing is to never doubt yourself and just be constantly aware of what's around you. And I mean, whenever I've been to Spring Fair, I wander around the halls at all like giftware and gift cards and things like that, just looking for inspiration. So have a completely open mind and look to anything to give you inspiration, because as I said, if you can see it made out of something else, you can definitely make it out of balloons.
Great answer as always. Thanks, Sue. What we're going to do is...
I'll still stick with my answer though. Very Best Balloon blog.
Very Best Balloon blog.
and
Images online. Check.
It's a great...
And where would you find that from, Pete?
Well, you can't go wrong with qualatex.com is what we
Who
find.
knew?
Yeah. Absolutely. So what we're going to do is, I think Aleks wants to have a go at that as well, but I know that Sue has to go away, has to leave us at exactly 2 o'clock. So this is probably a very good time for Sue to slide out there. She has an appointment as well. So thank you very much for giving up your time.
We really appreciate
that.
And sharing your knowledge with us, your expertise. We really appreciate it.
Say bye.
And what we're going to do is we're going to slide over there. We're going to take your spot in a
we're gonna steal
minute
it.
because we feel a bit crushed in the middle.
We're going to let Aleks take over the limelight to let him answer the question, and we'll let Sue get away. Thank you very much,
Thanks, Sue.
Till the next time.
So I agree with Sue. The inspirations come from everywhere, but our main clients is always for children party for kids, and we use a lot of color, but we like the cute characters. So the cute characters, or especially for us, is like take any piece everywhere and put some eyes there and make it look cute. So we pick anything you can see and make it look cute. We think our inspiration is everywhere. Just put some cute eyes, and maybe they can be a big decor, anything.
Thank you, Aleks.
Thank you. Okay,
We stole Sue's spot. Thanks,
Yes,
Sue.
we slid over there. We were feeling a bit crushed, so we slid over there because these guys have said that they will happily stay for another 15 minutes because
They care about you.
there's too much to share. So what we're going to do is we're going to bump everything another 15 minutes that way, but we'll catch up later. Don't you worry about it. And we're going to go straight to this question on that one here. Thank you. Which is, oh, 1 second, I must do this, otherwise that's going to mess things up. How do you create a wow effect with simple elements, with not including any complex techniques?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Yes, I thought so when I was writing it. So Aleks is going to dive straight back in with this one, and then Cam's going to have a go after that too.
Okay.
There we
It's
go.
me again.
It's Nelly and Aleks. We don't mind.
Okay, we like the minimalism in elements. We think for the brain or for the people, it's easy to see simple elements. You know, for us, it's like take a lot of material and try to put with the little space in the ice, you need to push everything in the ice. So if you try to put less elements, maybe it's easy to go there and make the client happy and easy to understand our design. So maybe the minimalism is a easy way to connect with the client, and we can get the wow element, we can get the surprise, the good feelings, and all the connection with the client.
Thank you very much. And we're going to jump straight on over to Cam for the same one. How are you going to create that wow effect without going crazy with the crazy techniques and distortions and all sorts of craziness that you can do these days?
Well, that's my favorite kind of design. So I don't like to do any of the crazy stuff. I like learning how to do the crazy stuff. But for me, if I can make the design look good without it, I so much prefer that. And I think it's the same as what Aleks just said. The simpler it is, the easier it is for the client to relate to. I read somewhere that people who are in the business and see something that's very complicated will be more drawn to it because they know how hard it is to make. But people who are not in the business will see it and they'll go, it's just another thing. And if it's not absolutely perfect, they are not drawn to it. So it's better to create something that is perfect by using the principles and elements of design than to create something very complex that's not exactly perfect. I'm not saying that complex stuff is not great, but it has to be perfect, and then it's mind-blowingly great. But for me, I prefer the very simple, and to achieve unity through the color, the form, the line, all of that, you can do that, and then the piece looks like a unified design, and the simpler, the more elegant, and actually, the more simple it is, you can make a lot more money because it's perceived as more valuable just because there's a minimal amount of elements to it.
Yeah.
It's like those luxury things.
Your partner in crime in the chat there as well, Evie's just said that Cam has a motto, which is keep it simple, and that you use it all the time. I mean, the thing is that there's nothing more pleasing to me than when you see an arch, especially like a big arch on an aeropole system or something, where it's done perfectly, you know, and it's just
beautifully clean.
Yeah, those clean lines. Classic decor for me is simple. But when it's done right, it's beautiful. But when it's done badly,
I think you touched on a good point as well. Of not to distract too much away from the design side, but always having that link into the profitability as well. Mm-hmm. That's it's a key part of what we do to stay in business. So having that mindset that it's linked is important.
Yeah, what we're going to do is ask. What about Tope? Tope. Now Tope is the master of this as well at times. Again, I was looking at to work with him in Nigeria, and he was using some very simple techniques to create some major wow factors there. So I'm interested in what he has to say on this one.
No pressure, Tope. No pressure.
Why, thank you very much. He only says nice things to me when we're on camera. You don't want to know what he says to me when no one else is listening. But hey ho, I've been fortunate to work with both of you actually. And of course we did. Cam, remember we did float together a few years ago, and it was such a pleasure because we both sort of come from the same neck of the woods where that's concerned. Keep it really simple, and we were able to come together to produce this really lovely, elegant, work. I like simplicity. If there is an easy way to do something, that's probably what I'll be taking. And if you look back at any of the designs and decors I've done on a large scale, you will see that there are things that people turn around to me and say later, why didn't I think about that? They're just really simple ideas. And that's the way I like to work. Plus, I think it was Aleks said earlier, I can't remember now, but that you make more money because you're not there just really struggling to create all this complicated stuff. saying that, I have a lot of respect for people who make all the really intricate and complicated stuff. If you can pull it off and pull it off well, that looks really stunning as well.
Yeah, agreed. It is. The thing is that obviously it's if you have the market for it, or you can create the market for it. That's the kind of thing that you want to do. That's perfect. And there's a lot of fantastic businesses that specialize in those markets. It's just what everybody wants to do. There's lots of flavors of ice creams, right?
There is.
Otherwise,
what we sometimes have the issue with, we have
too many flavors of ice cream.
Some customers with that champagne taste,
but lemonade budget.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on to our next question. See if we can get some answers on this one, which is, how do you focus your mind when you have lots of ideas? There's lots of ideas in there, but you need to focus in on the good ones. How do you do that?
That's a tricky one.
It is. Sometimes your mind's just a buzz. You've got so many ideas, but
so many tangents, and
how do you do it? Who's going to have a go at this one? Let's see.
Let's see who's ready.
Oh, right,
Cam's in.
First on the block.
Fingers first.
Yeah, just a sucker for
punishment. Sucker for punishment.
For punishment. Yeah, exactly. Evie and I were talking about that this week. Trying to figure out our Q Corner designs, Q Corner happy hour designs, and it was so hard because I had so many ideas in my head, and in the end, it came back to just keep it simple. Pick a theme or one thing that you want to focus on to be the highlight, and then build on that. But you have to figure out what that one point is that you want to build from.
Tope, do you want to have a go at that one?
I think, I really like what Cam said there. Well, what I do a lot is I doodle. I doodle a lot. I just sketch it. I sketch whatever. I'm fortunate enough to be a decent enough sketch. So I would sketch, designs, and that gives me that helps give me a lot of clarity as to which ones I want to go with first. And then I would just file the other ones because I have been known to go back 3 years to look in my sketchbook to get inspiration and ideas of stuff that I had previously done.
It's actually interesting that you said that because we have what we call it our Bible, and it's a book, and it's a no ideas a bad idea book.
Yep.
And we've had it pretty much since the start of.
There's so many, and this goes for design, but it also goes for the
business,
rest of your business.
Everything.
That sort of concept that we have a conversation, and to avoid ourselves going off on a tangent that's going to distract from what we're trying to achieve. If we found that we put it into that book, we can relax and go, we're not going to lose that idea.
Yes, absolutely.
It's in that book, and
we can go back to it later.
Yeah.
We just have a look through it, and you just have a look through the pages, and you see these ideas. And sometimes it's a great idea, but it's not a great time for that idea. Yeah. So when you go back to it, suddenly it's like, that's. We wrote something about this, so keep it. Yeah, we call it our Bible, and it's our little black book, or a big black book, that we keep with all of our ideas in there, and loads of extra sheets and all sorts of different things. But it's a great thing as well. But I know that Nelly and Aleks would like to jump in on this too.
Yes, we think agree with you guys. I think we need to slow down our mind. And we suggest to sketch, as Tope said, we need to sketch all our ideas, slow down, keep calm, look all the things we need to do, and pick the one that connects better with our client. We need to think the feelings and how our client will feel with our design, and try to connect with him. Also connect with all the design, but first connect with your client.
Thank you for that. So I think we're going to dive into our last question of the segment. So we're going to pass this around for we're going to pass. I'm going to just reset that so I can see who wants to answer. But we're going to pass this round to everybody in turn.
I'm holding it back so everyone's ready. Who's going to answer this one first?
We're just going to find out. It's who's going to answer it first is the thing.
Well, you can all answer it though.
Hold off and think about it. Here we go. The question is, how do you handle collaboration with the customer and or other designers? Yeah. So how do you handle that as a designer? And we're waiting for an answer. It's going to be the... Oh, we've got Cam again.
She can't help herself.
She cannot help herself.
I'm going to press it.
Right, we're going to do Cam, then we're going to do Nelly and Aleks, and then we'll do Tope finally to finish on. So here we go,
Cam. Okay, so I feel like this is my job. So I have to always meet the client, which happens to be Pioneer Balloon or Qualatex, meet what their specifications are, and I get to collaborate with a lot of different artists, which I love that part. But I think the main thing in dealing with that is to listen. I think it's so important to listen, hear what they're saying. It doesn't mean you have to take it word for word or exactly, because what I try to listen for is what they want to accomplish rather than exactly what they said to do. And usually we can come up with something, they may not know that's what they wanted. And you can convince them that they wanted, because you heard them say this, they want what you're designing.
Okay, cool. So you trick them into it. We understand.
Yeah,
okay,
that we totally live by that. Yes.
We steer customers. We steer the customers all the time. And it's managing your customers. We understand. Yes. So just watch Cam. She's a tricky one. Okay.
Yeah. Security.
Okay. We're going to hand over. Who did I say we're going to hand over to next? We said Nelly and Aleks next, and then finish off with Tope for our final answer.
Here we go.
Okay, we think we need to look at the strengths of each one. Even with a client, maybe the client has good ideas, but if we try to keep always what we thought, what we want to do. We need to look everywhere and always keep calm and look at the strengths of everybody on the team, because we are a team with a client. We can make a team with him and try to connect anything. So as Kem said, to listen, yes, we need to listen what is happening. We need to listen everything in the moment and choose which one can do some things and try to focus on that.
So, can I jump in?
Okay, I guess
you want to jump back in now. Was that?
One
second, Tope.
Go on.
I just want to defend herself. Cam wants to defend herself. Come on, Cam.
I just want to say that I was at the event last year that Aleks and Nelly put on.
Okay.
And he did an excellent job of that. He brought decorators from around the world, and they created this awesome castle scene. He used the strengths of each one. Luis Carlos did the castle. Vadim did a dragon, and Laura did the unicorn, and it was so, he did exactly what he said. He played up on everyone's strengths to create this beautiful scene.
Yeah, it's having that vision, right? And also it's good people management, knowing what people's skill sets actually
All I've got to say is about 4 years ago we submitted some photographs to Cam, and she made some suggestions. So now I understand what she was doing.
Okay, right. So we're going to finish off. We're going to finish off lastly with Tope on the same question. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so this can be a tricky one depending on the people you have to work with, because sometimes ego plays its part, and sometimes you're working with event planners, event stylists, and as a balloon decorator, you're coming in, and sometimes you can't, depending on who it is, they can tend to look down on you, but sometimes I've also worked with people who really understand the team spirit, and we're all in this here to bring our best self into the situation. One of the key things, and which was what Cam said at the beginning, and this is probably for me, my friends know me. I'm a counselor. So, I go in and listen. I do a lot of listening. What does the client want? Sometimes what they want is not what they actually need. It is my job as a professional and with the number of years of experience I have to bring that onto the table and help to guide them um, into what they need really. So yeah, it can be a bit tricky depending on who you're working with. But like also, Cam alluded to what Aleks did with the events, a few years ago. It's in if I'm leading the team, then I want to recognize everyone's strong points and sort of use that. Again, it's something I used for the Secos team event. Obviously you don't pull off an event like that on your own. I had friends who knew what they were doing in certain aspects of to help me bring the vision of that design to life.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to be able to work with you on that particular thing as well. Yeah, and that was actually another very good example of using simple techniques and classic decor to achieve ultimate wow factor in that.
Yes, and plus Tope looks fantastic in a Ringmaster's costume.
Yes, he is. And Cam,
I'm just saying, and nobody supplied that.
Thank you, sir.
He just happened to have it.
Evie's defending you in the chat here as well. She's either defending you or throwing you under the bus. We can't decide which way.
Yeah, I think my takeaway from this is...
We need a clarification on that one, Evie.
Too funny.
Right, okay, we've run out of time. We said 15 minutes. We've done 18, and we have Alessandro waiting next. But we just want to say a huge thank you. Please, guys, in the chat, show your love for these wonderful designers, and also Sue, who left on time the original design, which, no, you don't want that one done. In fact, I want the big one of them. We want lots and lots of golden nuggets, because we are very privileged to have these guys.
You have to try and catch them, guys. That's what we have to do. Catch them.
Giving up their time to help the whole industry.
Yes. So thank you for joining us on QCorner Convention 2021.
And thank you very much for having us.
You're very welcome. We'll see you again next week for the same thing, right?
Yeah, same time next week, guys. Yeah, same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
No. Right. Okay. Bye for now. Take care.
Bye.
Stay safe.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, Alex. Bye, Cam. Bye, guys.
Bye, Cam. Thank you, guys.
Bye. Wow, fantastic. We really appreciate those guys taking time out of their day to come and join us. Have
I pressed the button and it's gone on for too long? Because it's still going.
It's 1 minute.
Oh, there we go. It's finished.
60 seconds.
It was worth it. It was worth
golden nuggets.
And also, as well, for those of you that are watching that aren't, all of you that are watching that aren't subscribed, this is a perfect opportunity to say, if you like what you see, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell,
really important,
and don't miss another one.
It's an undervalued button.
Absolutely. Hit the notification bell.
People have subscribed, but they don't hit that notification, and you don't know. Nope. You don't know we're live.
You don't know you're live, or if we just put up another video. So here we go. We're going to pass over to our next instructor.
Yeah, you chit chat. I'm going to make sure that we're all ready to go. Keith.
Yeah, okay. I'm chit chatting.
I think we're good.
So our next instructor is from Italy. Those that are friends with him on Facebook will know him for his crazy videos on Facebook as he drives around in his van.
He does.
Always puts a smile on our face when we do it, but he's not just a funny man. He's an amazing designer too, and he's going to share some beautiful flowers with you as soon as Dom says that's right. I think that's right. Okay.
We're good to go.
All right, okay.
We'll leave you
Sit back, enjoy,
Alessandro.
and have your minds blown.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alessandro Patane, CBA. I'm a qualatex ambassador from Italy. Buongiorno a tutti, sono Alessandro Patane, sono un CBA e sono un ambasciatore di qualatex. And this is my class for Corner Convention. Buenos días, yo soy ambassador de qualatex, Alessandro Patane, CBA. Y esta es mi clase por el evento más grande de este año. Esta è mia classe. This is my class. Questa è la mia classe. A dopo. See you soon.
Ma buongiorno, buon dia, buenos dias. Yo que guten Tag, good morning, everybody. Oh my God. The second edition of Cool Corner Convention. Thank you very much, Keith and Dom. Thank you very much, Qualatex and Pioneer. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, welcome in my special class. This class talk about super flower. Questa classe parla dei fiori dei super fiori. Ecco, in questo modo qua. Esta classe fala de superflor. In questa classe tenterò di parlare un po' italiano, un po' inglese e un po' portoghese. In this class I want to try to speak in 3 different languages: English, Italian and Portuguese, a little bit Portuguese. En esta clase voy a tentar de falar un poco de portugués por todos mis amigos de Sudamérica. Okay, we can start. For my first flower, we need of this material. Okay, 1, 2 and 3, 11 inch. Precisamos de esto materiale. 3, 11 polegadas. Color avorio, ivory. Abbiamo bisogno di 3 palloncini avorio 11 pollici. And 1, 2, 3 and 4 260Q black. Precisamos de 4 260Q. 260Q. Abbiamo bisogno di 4 260 neri. Ok. Vamos a comenzar. We can start. Okay. For first, I go to inflate the 260 black with 4 pumps. Abbiamo bisogno di gonfiare il palloncino con 4 pompate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anzi no, facciamo 5. 5 pumps. Inflate the 260 black, ok? Precisamos de inflar el balón con 5 puff. Puff. Bisogna tenere questo punto, la fine della parte gonfia, tenendola con le dita e fate un nodo. We need to stop it with the fingers, the final part of balloons inflated, and close this point with one neck. Note. For 3 times, per 3 volte. For 3 ves. 3, 4 e 5. Oh. Capita. Pode acontecer. 5 puff. Stopped in this point, in the final part inflated of balloons. Tenete fermo con le dita la parte finale della parte gonfia. And close with one knot. Ok? 1, 2 and 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. En esta parte tenete cerrado. Esta parte, close, disinflate, and node. And now one stick, simple stick, una semplice stecca. Ok, precisamos de tener en la media del 260 skew en sulla stecca. We need to take this balloon in the middle of the 260 in a stick, on the stick. Now, vamos a colocarlo all'interno del 11 polegada. I go to insert inside the 11 inch the 260 with particular attention to not insert the finish and the start of the balloons in this time. Okay, now finish and the neck. Now we can inflate the 11 inch. Adesso possiamo gonfiare l'11 pollici. Ripeto, con piccola attenzione, il nodo finale e il beccuccio del palloncino devono rimanere fuori dall'11 pollici. Fuori dall'11 pollici. Ok, inflate. 1, 2. Not very important outside the 11 inch in this moment because for us is necessary have a great space for the 260Q inflate. En este momento no precisamos de un tamaño exacto del 11 polegada porque precisamos solamente dello spazio all'interno dell'11 polegada. Abbiamo soltanto bisogno di un po' di spazio, non importa in questo momento che dimensione ha l'11 pollici. Ora vamos a colocar la pompa nel 260 skew. Now I go to inflate exactly 5 times, 5 puff, 5 volte gonfiamo il 260 come abbiamo fatto prima. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I go to close together only the 260, not 11 inch. Adesso vado a chiudere insieme soltanto il 260, non l'11 pollici. Now I go to close this. Okay, the 11 inch can disinflate. L'11 pollici può sgonfiarsi normalmente. It's very important to take this point of the neck in the middle exactly of the 11 inch, okay? 11 inch not closed. L'11 polegada no es fechado, no es cerrado. Ok, 1. Agora precisamos de otros dos de esto. Now we need other two pieces of this. 260 in the middle, I repeat, in the middle, esattamente al centro, nella media. I put inside the 11 inch, metto all'interno dell'11 pollici, lascio sempre con attenzione il nodo e il collo del palloncino fuori dall'11 pollici. It's very important the neck and the finish of the node, the balloon, outside the 11 inch. Inflate 11 inch. Gonfiamo l'11 pollici. Lo gonfiamo un po' di più. A little too much. Perfectly. Now we have again start and finish of the 260. 1 and 2. Perfect. Now I go to inflate the 260 black. Adesso vado a gonfiare il 260 nero, sempre 5 pompate. 5 puff. 5 pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly of the same that I inflated before. Esattamente lo stesso numero di pompate con cui l'ho gonfiato quando era fuori dal palloncino. Lo mismo tamaño que yo inflé antes de inflar el 11 polegadas. With this, the problem of this technique in the ears, it's ever the exactly size of the petal. ¿Ok? El mismo problema de esta técnica en el tiempo fue siempre el tamaño del pétalo. ¿Cómo se dice? ¿Pétalo? Pétalo. En esta manera tenemos una manera mejor de proporcionarlo. ¿Ok? In this way, we have best way to use exactly the same size, or if not very exactly, but very similar. Non perfettamente identico, ma molto simile. Andiamo a gonfiare il terzo petalo. Vamos a inflar el terzo petal. I go to inflate the third petal. No, this way not. 1, 2, and 3. Ok, put inside the 11 inch. Voy a colocarlo dentro de polegada e voy a inflar el 11 polegada. I go to inflate the 11 inch. Vado a gonfiare l'11 pollici. It's very important this size because the 260 need to space for inflating perfectly without problem, without interruption. In questo modo è molto importante gonfiare l'11 pollici molto, perché in questo modo può acontecer, può succedere. Vediamo un po'. Ok. 5 pompate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tenemos la parte final. And take the final part of the part inflate of the 260. Again, the stick in the middle of the 260. And I go to put inside the 11 inch for inflate. Voy a colocarlo nuovamente, la tercera vez, nell'11 polegada. Vamos a inflar l'11 polegada e l'11 polegada. Ok, perfetto, 11 pollici gonfio. Adesso andiamo a tentare di nuovo di gonfiare il 260 senza fare figuracce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfetto stavolta. Ok. Andiamo a tenere inizio e fine del palloncino e vamos a fechar, a cerrar solamente el 260. Go to close only the 260 Q without the 11 inch, without. Okay, and now we have 3 petals, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we need to 1, 2, 3, 3 raising twists. In this case, I'm lucky because I have 1 260 puppet. With this I can use for create the raising twist. Per mia fortuna in questo caso ho già un palloncino rotto che potrò utilizzare per creare i raising twist. I raising twist sono dei piccoli gommini in lattice che servono a creare dei punti di connessione diversi all'interno sulla superficie in questo caso dei petali. The raising twist are a little gummies that need to connecting other balloon or other object to the external part of the balloons. 1, 2, and 3. One little raising. Okay. Cut, because I need only this. This, perfetto. One. Soltanto ne servono 3. Quindi facciamo 3 nodi su se stesso, nello stesso punto. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And now I have 3 raising twist. Okay. Now we have in these petals one part very softly, this part in the middle. But for create exactly the shape of this spectacular flower, we need to put in this point very high in the petal the position of the raising twist. Abbiamo bisogno di posizionare il raising twist nella parte alta del petalo. Quindi andiamo a fare questo tipo di operazione qui. Ok, turn and close the raising twist on the 11 inch of the petal. Andiamo a girare insieme il raising twist facendo una sorta di anello in quel punto, and with another 260 I go to close this point. 1, 2, 3 round, and note 1 and 2. I go to cut the extra balloon, and this is the effect. Questo qui è l'effetto. Ok, abbiamo bisogno di fare tutti i raising twist nello stesso punto, alla stessa altezza di tutti i petali. We need to create the raising twist on the petals exactly in the same height in all petals. Precisamos de colocar esta gomma, esto resin nella mesma posizione di todos i petali. 1, 2, 1, 2 and 3. In esta manera, in questo modo, in this way. Vamos a cortar la parte que no necesitamos. I go to cut the extra balloon we don't need. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. The third petal, il terzo petalo, il tercero petal. Vamos a fecharlo, a cerrarlo, andiamo a chiuderlo. I go to close this point. Cioè sto parlando italiano, inglese, spagnolo, portoghese, ma soprattutto portuliano. Mia grande amiga Yves Antonello mi dice che io falo portuliano, che è come una persona italiana che fa la portoghese, ma è veramente triste come cosa. Ok, now we go to close together these three petals, but it's very important, only the 260. Andiamo a chiudere insieme questi 3 petali, ma l'importante è chiudere solo i 260 insieme e legarli insieme, non gli 11 pollici. Precisamos de colocar juntos este 3 partes del flor, mas solamente del 260 que tenemos sobre deck. 1, 2, and close it. 3, 1, 2 and 3. Very strong, molto forte, molto forte. Ok? 1, 2, 3. Now vamos a fechar, a chiudere, a cerrar, close this point together, okay, with the little part of 260 that we have. Con le piccole parti di 260 che ci sono rimaste, andiamo a chiudere insieme questa parte interna. Faccio vedere questa parte interna qui. Ok. Perfetto. Okay. Now we have this shape. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now with the temperature of the hands, we go to change the shape of the high part of the petals in this way. Vamos a mudar la parte más alta del petal con el calor de las manos. Uno. Dos. And three. Ya tenemos una forma del flor muy linda. We have just one shape of flower, very nice. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And this is the position of balloon inside the flower in this point. 1, 2, 3 resin twist close together. Tres resin twist con esta técnica juntos. Ok, perfetto. Ok? Now we need to, in italiano si chiama pistillo, flower stem, ok? Flower stem no, pistillo, pistil, because I have one little list with the word very important about this class. Tengo un papel que me ayuda mucho por un poco de palabras en otra lengua, hasta así me estoy... Good. Ok, tenemos esta parte que precisa de un final, ok? Un pistillo. Pistil en portoghese se puede... pistillo es lo mismo, ok? For this I go to use 260 black, but only one little part inflate. This technique is very famous because it is a tulip twist. Okay, close. Push your finger inside and move the hair inside the 260. Premi col dito il nodo all'interno della bolla e fai muovere un po' l'aria. Take the note in the other part. Close 1, 2, 3 turn and push inside again. Fai il giro, fai 3 volte il giro e ripremi dentro all'interno il nodo del tulipano. Questo qui è il tulip twist. In this case I prefer use another detail in the tulip twist. Mi piacerebbe utilizzare anche un altro piccolo dettaglio nel tulip twist. Io eseguo una piccola tecnica che si chiama split. In this case the technique with split. I go to divide in 2 different parts the tulip twist. 1, 2. So, one little part much little and one little part much bigger. Una piccola parte più piccola e una più grande, spezzando, dividendo in 2 il tulipano. Ok? Precisamos de 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tulip twist. 1, 2, 3 and close and split. Sorry. Chiudiamo e facciamo uno split. Split. Ok? And now little bubble. For the size of this 260 is my 3 finger. Por el tamaño de estos balones, en este momento yo tengo 3 meus dedos para el tamaño del 260. A la medida. 1, 2, 3, and put inside again. Okay, now split. Split ever one much little part and one much bigger. Una parte più piccola e una parte più grande. Una parte más pequeña e una parte más grande. Ok. Full twist, 1, 2, 3, and put inside. 1, 2, 3 li mettiamo dentro. E split. Split. 4. 4, 4, 4, 4 e 5? Forse? Talvez? Sì! Ok. El problema que tengo ainda todos los 60 de color brown un poco de veces puede hacer un poco de confusión. I have many balloons on the table, 260 brown and 260 black, and I have one each. 2, 3, put, and split. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tulip twists. Tulip twist 5 with split. Hey, the name perfect. Tulip twist split. Grande. Ok, vamos a colocarlo nella parte interna del floor. I go to put inside the middle of 2 petals. In this case, and okay, perfect. And the position very strong of the petals permitted to me to close perfectly without use other mechanism to close together the flower. Okay, this is the flower. Now we need to flower stem. Okay, this is the flower. Now we need to flower stem. Abbiamo bisogno adesso dello stelo del fiore. Precisamos del haste do flor. Adoro chrome. Adoro. Ok. Vamos a hacer un flor normal con 260. I go to create one simple flower with 6 petals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if not possible, use the final part for the 6 petals. Don't worry, puppet the rest without problem and close the flower. Chiudiamo tranquillamente. Se non riusciamo a fare tutti e 6 i petali insieme, non vi preoccupate, no se preocupe se no tenemos la posibilidad de hacer ainda el sexto pétalo. Precisamos de un otro 260, 3, 4, 5, and with this 260 I go to create the 6 petal of the flower. E con questo 260 che ho aggiunto vado a creare il sesto petalo del fiore. Questo secondo ballons yo voy a hacer el sexto petal para el flor. Turn around. Okay. Now I go to close together flower and stem. Adesso vado a chiudere insieme lo stelo e il fiore insieme. Okay, now it's all close together. I go to cut the extra balloons outside. Perfect. And now we have a little problem because I can see the mechanic inside the flower in this point. Okay, and for help this situation, I go to use another 260 chrome green. Il problema in questo momento è che si vede un po' la meccanica all'interno tra il fiore e il pistillo, quindi abbiamo bisogno di un altro 260 chrome green. Precisamos de un otro 260 porque tenemos ainda la posibilidad de ver la mecánica dell'unione juntos del balance. Andiamo a fare delle piccole bubble. I go to create a little bubbles with 260 chrome green. So, in this way. Agora eu vou fazer todas bolitas. Pequeñas bubbles, pequeños balos. De esta manera. Así no tenemos más problema porque con esta técnica vamos a cubrir la mecánica del floor. With this way we covered all the mechanic of the flower. In this way, Signore e signori, signoras e signores, Mr. and Miss, this is my first super flower. It's very incredible effect, the different colors on the flower, because inside the 11-inch we have a 260 black. La cosa molto particolare di questo fiore e dei fiori che farò anche dopo è che il fiore, grazie al 260 nero che c'è all'interno dei petali, ha delle sfumature che vanno dall'avorio al nero. Now, with one flower, the life is beautiful. With one decoration with the flower, the life is much better. Con un solo fiore la vita è bellissima, ma con una composizione veramente molto bella con questi fiori è ancora più bella. And now this is my decoration with flower. In this case I need exactly of one of this flower. Don't worry, now I go to show you perfectly the picture perfectly of this, ok? Non vi preoccupate, adesso vi faccio vedere la foto perfetta di questa decorazione. With another 260 chrome, I go to close this point with the center of the pole. In questo modo lego insieme il palo al fiore. Você agora pode ver l'effetto maravilhoso de una decorazione con muito flor de esta manera. La manera mejor de ayudarme en este momento es con la gráfica. ¡Gráfica! Esta es la decorazione. ¿Me gusta você? I hope do you like this fantastic decoration, because the details for me is very important, and this is one example to use this little detail for change completely one column same this. E questo qua è una maniera molto particolare di utilizzare dei piccoli dettagli come questi fiori per cambiare una composizione. Un fiore, due fiori, tre fiori, one flower, two flower, three flower, on many, 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 many flower. Thank you very much, and now the second flower. E allora adesso c'è il secondo fiore. And now the second flower. E agora vamos al segundo flor. Por esta flor precisamos de esto material. 3 11 polegadas, 3 5 polegadas e 3 260 chrome purple. In questo caso abbiamo bisogno di 3 11 pollici, 3 5 pollici e 3 260 chrome porpora, viola. In this case we need 3 11 inch, 3 5 inch and 3 260Q purple chrome. Now the same technique similar to the flower before, but in this case we need to stress the balloons. In questo caso abbiamo bisogno, è molto similare alla tecnica di prima all'inizio, ma abbiamo bisogno di stressare i palloncini. E el flor que vamos a hacer es muy similar al flor que hacemos antes, más la técnica inicial es la misma, más precisamos de estresar el balón muy grande. Vamos a inflar el balón. I go to inflate and stress the balloons. 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. Servono 3 palloncini 11 pollici stressati. Three 11 inch stressed. 3 palloncini 11 pollici stressati. 3 balloons 11 polegadas inflate de esta manera. Ok, 260 chrome purple, 260 chrome viola, with 5 pumps, 5 pompate, 5 puff, 5 puff, un altro, 1, 2, 3, 4 e 5, 5 puff. I go to close the same way the balloon, same before. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Vamos a cerrar, a fechar la parte final. Andiamo a chiudere sempre la parte finale. E vamos a inflare il tercero. 3, 4, 5. Sempre a questo punto e chiudiamo. At this point I go to close the balloon. And now we have 1, 2, 3 chrome purple with 1 stick. I go to put inside the 11 inch. I remember you have her in the middle, sempre nel centro, e lasciamo sempre fuori il nodo finale e il becco del pallone. And it's very important that the neck and the final note is outside the 11 inch. Now in this way. Now I go to inflate the 11 inch. Adesso andiamo a gonfiare l'11 pollici. Agora vou inflar l'11 polegada. E agora vou inflar il 260. And now I go to inflate the 260. Adesso vado a gonfiare il 260 chrome porpora con 5 pompate come abbiamo fatto prima. With 5 pumps, same before. Con 5 puff como antes. Podemos deixar que el 11 pulgada va a perder toda l'aria. Possiamo lasciare l'11 pollici che perde tutta l'aria. And now the trick. E adesso il trucco. 5 pulgada, 5 pollici, 5 inch. I got to put inside the 11 inch exactly with many attention in the middle of the 260. So I go to inflate a little bit the 11 inch, vado a gonfiare leggermente l'11 pollici e poi gonfio con 4 pompate il 5 pollici. I go to inflate the 5 inch with 4 pumps. And move the balloon in the middle of the 260. I go to close only the 5 inch alone. Vado a chiudere il 5 pollici da solo. I cut the neck. Vado a tagliare il collo del pallone e lascio andare il 5 pollici all'interno. Agora vou a inflar nuovamente l'11 pulgada para mover in una maniera migliore il 5 pulgada che sta dentro. Adesso proverò a muovere verso l'alto il 5 pollici. I go to move the 5 inch in the top of the petal. And it's very important, the 5 inch is much to one side and minimum in the other side. È molto importante che il 5 pollici sia di più da un lato che dall'altro. Questo è l'effetto. This is the effect of this petal. This fantastic color of the double staff effect to 11 inch white and 260 chrome purple is very incredible. One, ne abbiamo fatto uno, dobbiamo fare gli altri due. I make one of this. We need two other 2 petal similar. I prefer same, but similar. Perfect. Well, now we have all the space that I want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I go to close only the 260. The start and the finish of the 260 together close. Possiamo chiudere solo ed esclusivamente il 260, la parte iniziale e finale del 260 in questo modo. Lasciamo sgonfiare il 260 in questa maniera. Ok? In questo modo. Abbiamo sempre bisogno che il nodo sia al centro del petalo. We need ever that the neck of the 11 inch is ever in the middle of the two part of 260. Precisamos sempre de ver el nodo de balance nella parte central, nella media del 260 che sta nel dos parte del 260 che sta interno. Now we need to 5 inch. Adesso abbiamo bisogno di un 5 pollici. Precisamos de un 5 pulgada. Mas antes vamos a inflare un poco nuovamente l'11 pulgada. Ma adesso andiamo a gonfiare leggermente l'11 pollici. We need to inflate a little bit the 11 inch for create the space for the 5 inch. Abbiamo bisogno di gonfiare un pochettino l'11 pollici per avere un po' di spazio all'interno del palloncino. Now I go to inflate the 5 inch. Adesso vado a gonfiare 2, 3, 4, il 5 pollici. Perfetto. With this movement I put in the middle of the 260 the 5 inch. In questo modo io spingo il 5 pollici al centro del 260. E in questa maniera eu vou a colocar il 5 polegadas nella media del 260. Ok, agora necessitamos mover il 5 polegadas nella parte más alta del petal. And now we need to move the 5 inch in the top of the petal in this way. Okay, I remember you much bigger to one side and much little in the other side. È sempre importante che il petalo abbia sempre una parte più grande e una parte più piccola. È molto importante che tenemos sempre una parte más grande da un lato e una parte más pequeña dall'altro. Ok, 1 e 2. Petal number 3. Vamos a colocar nuovamente il 260 nell'interno dell'11 polegata. Andiamo a mettere di nuovo il 260 con la stecca sempre nel mezzo all'interno dell'11 pollici. We go to put inside the 11 inch the 260Q exactly in the middle of the part that after is need to inflate. And now we can inflate the 11 inch. E adesso possiamo gonfiare l'11 pollici. Agora podemos inflar l'11 polegada. Agora podemos inflare il 260 con 5 puff. Adesso possiamo gonfiare 3, 4, 5, il 260 con 5 pompate. Now we can inflate the 260 balloons with 5 pumps. And disinflate the 11 inch completely. Okay, big petal. Okay, ever, I say ever, the neck of the 11 inch in the middle of the 260. Vi ricordo sempre di tenere il becco dell'11 pollici al centro esatto del 260. Adesso mettiamo il 5 pollici sulla stecca. Agora vamos a colocar 5 polegadas nello stecco. Vamos a inflar nuovamente un poco l'11 polegadas. I'm going to inflate a little bit the 11 inch. Vado a gonfiare leggermente l'11 pollici bianco. Inserisco all'interno il 5 pollici e vado a gonfiare con 4 pompate il 5 pollici. 2, 3 e 4. 4 pumps for 5 inch and close only the 5 inch alone. Andiamo a chiudere sempre e soltanto il 5 pollici da solo e lasciamo andare dentro. Move the 5 inch in the top of the petal, not completely, but it's ever important. One part much bigger, one part much little, okay? So you can see much better. Okay, and now we have 3 wonderful petals with this particular effect of color of a chrome purple inside the 11 inch white. Abbiamo adesso questi 3 petali già pronti con questo bellissimo effetto sfumatura del chrome porpora all'interno dell'11 pollici bianco standard. Vamos a colocar juntos todos pétalos. Andiamo a chiudere insieme i 3 petali insieme. We can go too close together the 3 petals. And now we need again of a 3 resin twist. In this case we have another time lucky because I have a 1 260 chrome purple just popped, and for create 3 little resin twist. Sono stato fortunato anche questa volta come prima, purtroppo gli incidenti possono capitare. Abbiamo già un palloncino rotto 260 chrome che mi è scoppiato prima e possiamo creare i piccoli resin twist, le piccole gomme. I go to create this little gummy. That name is resin twist. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay? Very little. And now we have to put this little resin twist in this exactly point. This is a 5-inch, a little much low of this. Okay? This. I go too close. 1 and 2. And close heavier with the same color chrome, in this case. Andiamo a chiuderlo sempre con i 5 pollici chrome, in questo caso. Con gli 11, scusatevi, 260 chrome. With 260Q chrome. Ok. Another time in the second petal, heavier in the same point. Sempre nello stesso punto andiamo a mettere il resin twist e andiamo sempre a chiuderlo nello stesso modo. In questo modo qui, vedete? Punto e punto, punto e punto. Adesso andiamo a fare il terzo. I go to create the attached point in the third petal. So, esattamente così andiamo a creare il terzo punto nel terzo petalo. We go to create this point for finish the resin twist technique. Okay, 1, 2 and 3. I go to cut the extra balloons e vou a cortar il materiale che non sto usando. Vado a tagliare i pezzettini di lattice che rimangono extra nella decorazione e vou a collocarlo juntos e il 260 che sta nel medio. Vado a chiudere insieme i 260 che stanno al centro dei petali. I go too close together the 260 in the middle of the petals. 1 and 2 and number 3. Number 3. Very, very strong, because we need this part very strong for use the central part of the flower in perfectly way. Dobbiamo utilizzare questa parte molto stretta dei modellabili, perché in questo modo la parte centrale rimane molto chiusa. E non si è chiusa. Ok, questo è l'effetto del fiore. This is the flower effect with this technique. Now, for finish this flower, we need to another 260Q chrome purple per finire la parte centrale del fiore abbiamo bisogno di un altro 260Q Chrome Purple. Para terminar esta flor precisamos de un otro 260Q con un poco de bubbles, with many bubbles, 2 sides, 1 finger. El tamaño de este globos stanno con un meu ditos un po' grande, ma il tamaño è esto, la medida è esta de un dito. Okay. Un poco de babolitas. Okay, I go to close this 260Q. So, adesso vado a chiudere il 260 in questa maniera perché a me servono solo le bolle. Perfetto, e così sia. E adesso il trucco è questo: noi non andiamo a legare le bolle al nodo. We don't need to close this bubbles together, the center point of the flower, but passed around the center. Dobbiamo passare le bolle al centro del fiore. We can use the little pieces of 260Q chrome of the resin twist to stop and block together the little bubbles of 260 chrome in the middle. Possiamo utilizzare i 260 che abbiamo utilizzato per il resin twist per bloccare le piccole bolle dei 260 qui nel centro. Ok? E questo qui è il secondo fiore a cui manca ancora lo stelo. In this case we need another flower stem. Precisamos otra vez de haste de flor. En esta manera, con 2 bubbles, 2 bubbles in this way, 1, 2, 3, ever in 2 parts, 4, and we need one other 260 chrome green. Abbiamo bisogno di un altro 260 chrome green. Precisamos de un otro 260 chrome. Cinco puff? Sì. 5 pumps. 5 pompate. Have 6 petals of this flower. Perfetto. Ok, so in this way, in esta manera, in questo modo. Vamos a mudar la forma del 260 con el calor de las manos. I go to try to modify the shape of the 260 with the heart of my hands. A little bit, yeah, a little bit, okay. And now I go to close together the flower and the stem. Adesso vado a chiudere insieme il fiore e il suo gambo. Obviously, also this time I go to cut the extra balloons. Anche questa volta vado a tagliare l'extra dei palloncini. Ainda esta vez eu vou cortar l'extra balões que não precisamos de utilizar. Nesta maneira. E questo è il secondo floor. Ma come io già ti disse con l'altro floor, è un floor è meraviglioso. Due floor sono más lindo. Un fiore bellissimo, due fiori sono ancora più belli. Una decorazione a colonna con queste flowers è una cosa meravigliosa. È una colonna con questi fiori fatti in questo modo, è davvero un effetto bellissimo. Ora vi faccio vedere. This is the one example that it's possible to use this wonderful technique to create arch column details, il dettaglio, sono i dettagli quelli che fanno veramente una cosa molto più particolare, che sono archi, colonne o altro. Mettete questi fiori, l'effetto sarà totalmente diverso. You can try to use this technique or these details in arch column decoration that you want, and you can imagine the effect of these flowers on the top, in one side, that one similar decoration of this. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. In this case, I go to close only this. And now, this is the second flower, but also in this case, to permit you to see this column much better, per permettere a voi di vedere meglio questa composizione, è meglio utilizzare la grafica. Aspettate che tolgo questa. It's much better that I use the graphic to show you the column perfect. This is the graphic! This is the column perfectly clear. But one decoration so it's very nice. But I think that I'm not a unique person that think that one flower is better, but many flower is so wonderful. Many flower, tantissimi fiori sono ancora più belli. Guardate che meraviglia, sono la fine del mondo, belli. It's wonderful effect, one decoration. You can use this particular effect of the double staff of the 2/6 inside 11-inch to create new color and new possibility in your business. Avete la possibilità di creare con questo effetto del double staff delle fantastiche sfumature da poter utilizzare, da poter proporre come colori nuove idee all'interno del vostro business, della vostra attività. Você tiene la possibilidad de usar nuevos colores, nuove idee da poter usare nella sua loja. Il portoghese un po' lo ricordo, non sempre. Comunque, e ora, signore e signori, dopo questi bellissimi fiori, passiamo al fiore numero 3. Flower number 3. Ok, the flower number 3 is a little much bigger. Il fiore numero 3 è un poco più grande. The floor número 3 è un poco más grande del otros. Ok, por esto necesitamos de esto material. For this we need this material. Abbiamo bisogno di questo materiale. Ok, quindi sono esattamente 11 pollici gialli, 11 polegada, 11 polegada, 12 santas chrome green. Abbiamo bisogno di 12 11 pollici gialli e 12 260 verdi. e poi abbiamo bisogno anche di 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 20. We need to 25 inch mocha brown. Ok, possiamo cominciare. We can start. Ok, 11 inch yellow, 11 polegata giallo. Allora, ok, and 1, 2, 60 green. Same techniques of before, la stessa tecnica di prima. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pumps, 5 puff, 5 pompate. Close this point. Per la medida, per il tamaño, for the size, per la misura. È chiaro in tutte le lingue. 1, 3, 4, 5, 5, per la medida, per la cintura, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the size exactly inside the 11 inch. Ok, note 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, balloon numero 5, palloncino numero 5, balloon number 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for now 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 pompate, 5 puff, 5 pumps. Ok? Same technique of before, la stessa tecnica di prima. Mettete la stecca nel centro esatto e il nodo e il becco del palloncino devono stare alla stessa altezza. Same extrusion, the neck and the note, it's the same level, ok? And the stick in the middle of a 260. I go to put inside the 11 inch, vado a metterlo dentro l'11 pollici, vado a collocarlo dentro l'11 polegata e vamos a inflar l'11 polegata. Precisamos de inflarlo molto, abbiamo bisogno di gonfiarlo molto. We need to inflate too much. Now I go to inflate the 260 chrome green. 5 pumps, remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ricordatevi 5 pompate come abbiamo fatto all'inizio. Adesso chiudiamo il 260. Now I go to close only the 260 without 11 inch. It's very important. Okay. Now we can wait that the 11 inch is totally disinflate. Adesso aspettiamo che l'11 pollici sia completamente sgonfio. Ok, e pieghiamo leggermente questa parte, and we can go to modify a little bit the shape of the top of the petal in this way, ever with the temperature of the hands. Na, 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 na. Okay, so okay, I go to make the second petal. Ever same technique. I go to put inside neck note outside the 11 inch. Okay, vamos a inflar el 11 polegada. Vamos a inflarlo muito, too much. I go to inflate too much the 11 inch. Vado a gonfiarlo molto, ho bisogno di molto spazio per il 260. And now I can inflate the 260. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pumps. Like before. Close only the 260 Remember, only the 2/6 is closed. The 11 inch not touched the 11 inch. Okay. Now I need the help of magic, because it's very long work and I need of one magic. Precisamos di una magia, abbiamo bisogno di una magia, perché sono 2 petali, ne devo fare 6 e voglio essere un po' più veloce. Vediamo un attimino. Magia, magia, magia. Aiutami tu. Magic, help me. Wow! The magic help me! La magia mi ha aiutato. Allora, 2 petali, 2 petali, 2 petali. Ok? 2 petal, 2 petal, 2 petal. Together, together, together. Va bene? Ok. Close is similar to a cluster technique to close together the 6 petals. So, okay? Now we need the 5-inch mocha brown. Mocha. 1. Only 1 pumps for 1 inch, for 1 balloon. 1. Doublet. 1. 1. Doublet. Una. Un'altra. E facciamo un'altra doublet. Ci siamo? Questi li possiamo chiudere insieme. This doublet is possible close together, so to create one cluster to 6 balloon, per creare un cluster da 6 palloncini. Ok. 1, 2. Ah, prima dicevo 1 e 1, adesso 1 e 2, vabbè. Before I say 1 and 1 and now 1 and 2. Okay. 1, 2 and 3. Another time, close together this 6 5-inch mocha to create another cluster to 6-inch. Una otra vez vamos a conectar juntos este 6 balones mocha y tenemos aquí. Okay. Now, okay. Otra vez 5 pulgadas, one at a time, 5-inch, 1, and we can go to create one apple distortion. So, for the center of this flower, this sunflower. Ok, vamos a fechar questa distorsione. Andiamo a chiudere questo palloncino. Go to close this little apple. Okay, 1 and another time exactly same, another apple distortion. One, and I can close also this. E vou a fechar ainda isto. Agora vamos a conectarlo. And now we can go to close together these 2 little apple with a little bit of distance. Dobbiamo chiuderli con un po' di distanza. Ok? Now we can take this flower on the table and put this cluster in the middle and use one neck of the flower to stop this cluster so in the middle. Posso utilizzare il nodo di uno dei petali per bloccare questo cluster esattamente al centro. Devo fare la stessa cosa anche dall'altra parte, dietro. I go to make the same position of the other cluster in the back of the flower. And stop the cluster with the same balloon. Very, very strong. Dobbiamo fermare questo cluster veramente in una maniera molto forte, in modo che i petali non si muovono più. To not permit the petals to move. Now we can turn the petal in the same side. Okay, and I can put in the middle of the flower this little apple. Possiamo andare a mettere nel centro del fiore queste piccole mele che tengono il cluster aperto. To permit the cluster stay open. Okay, now we need another 6 petals, but much little. Adesso abbiamo bisogno di altri 6 piccoli petali per creare una corolla al centro del fiore. Agora precisamos de otros 6 petals para colocarlo en la media del flower para crear una decorazione más linda. Sempre con 260 green chrome. Ever with 260 Q chrome. 1, 2. Only 2 pumps this time, okay? Ever close the final part inflate. Andiamo sempre a chiudere la parte gonfia, però stavolta sono 2 pompate soltanto. Pump, toss, puff. Esta manera de llamarlo puff è una cosa muy divertida, muy extraña. 2 pumps and close. Okay, 6 times. One, 2, 3, 4. No. Two puff, sempre. Ever. And ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Now, same technique. So put in flight, put inside. Put inside the 11 inch. Vado a collocarlo dentro l'11 polegada. I go to put inside the 11 inch, the 260 inside the 11 inch. Vado a mettere il 260 all'interno dell'11 pollici. We don't need more space because 2 pumps is very little. ma abbiamo bisogno di altro spazio perché 2 pompate sono veramente piccoline. Disinflate the 11 inch and close only the 260. Ricordatevi, lasciate sgonfiare l'11 pollici e tenete gonfio soltanto, e chiudete insieme solo il 260. Ever in the middle with neck and not the same height. Put inside the 11 inch. Okay, now inflate the 260, 2 pumps, like ever, like before. Close the 260 and disinflate the 11 inch. 1, 2. This time I finish the magic and I need to make the all petals. Pumps. Close only the 260 and permit the 11 inch to disinflate. Okay. Inside the 11 inch. Inflate the 260. 2 pumps. And close the 260. Only 260, solamente il 260 dovete chiudere, ricordatevelo. Lasciate l'11 pollici libero. Deixa l'11 polegata libre. Libre. Ok. 4. 5. 5. E la ultimo and the last, ladies and gentlemen, the last petal. A great name for one movie. Questo è un bel nome di un film, l'ultimo petalo. 1 and 2, 2 per gonfiare sempre 2 pompate come abbiamo deciso dall'inizio. Okay, disinflate. Perfect! Also, without magic, I finished the 6 little petals. Anche senza la magia ho finito questi 6 piccoli petali. Ainda sem il mio effetto magico, terminei lo mismo 6 petals. Ok, now, vamos a colocarlo. Un pequeño petal. Nella media, okay? I go to position these little petals in the middle of 2 big petals, okay? Exactly in the middle. It's very important, not very strong, because it's possible that the one position very strong can move the balloons around. 1. Ok, Another thing very important, un'altra cosa molto importante. Quando posizionate il fiore, ogni 5 pollici deve essere in linea con un petalo. All times you go to position the big petals and the cluster in the middle. It's very important that the line of the single 5-inch is perfectly in line with the one petals. One petals, one 5-inch, one petals, one 5-inch, etc. Okay? So it's possible with the little petals go to position exactly in the middle to big petals. In questo modo noi abbiamo sempre la possibilità di posizionare i piccoli petali tra un petalo grande e l'altro. L'importante è sempre che il 5 pollici sia in linea con i singoli. Ok? Now. Ok. The last. Okay, this is the final effect of this wonderful sunflower. Very easy, honestly it's very easy, because if you want one big details in one decoration, one arch, it's the same in the same conversation, è sempre lo stesso discorso. Se noi dobbiamo creare qualcosa di impatto, dobbiamo comunque creare anche dei dettagli di impatto, quindi qualcosa di grande. If we can create the details with great impact, it's very important to create the big details for a great impact. In questo caso noi abbiamo creato, in esta manera vamos a crear una decorazione, un dettaglio, come si dice dettaglio? Un details más grande para una decorazione más grande. Okay? Now we need to one little bit of green to finish this. Magic, yes. It's charged. Yes, it's charged. Okay, magic. I need a simple leaf. Simple, not in other. Simple, ho bisogno di piccole foglie. Molto facile, niente di che. 1, 2, 3! Oh wow! Thank you very much, Magic. Ok, grazie moltissimo alla magia, abbiamo le nostre foglioline già pronte, il miracolo. just really, it's a miracle. Ok, vamos a colocarle nella parte dietro della decorazione. Go to position this little decoration similar to the lift in the background of the flower, okay? In the same position of the little petals. For example, this one little petals, this decoration is in this position, okay? You can see the same position of cluster outside, in background. 1, 2, 3. We can create also the doublet. It's much better, I think. Penso che sia anche più facile creare delle doublet, così è più facile. Esatto, yes, exactly. two together again. Ancora due unite. Eccolo qua. Honestly, not very important if the sides of this decoration are similar to it. It's all the same sides. Para mi opinión no es muy importante que el tamaño de estos 260 que está aquí fueron de la misma tamaño. No es muy importante. Para mí es mejor que está con una diferencia de tamaño todos de decoración, okay? For me, it's a good that the 260 and the background of this flower have different sides, okay? Because go to create a little movement inside the flower, okay? Mi piace di più che questi palloncini siano una dimensione differente dall'altro, perché mi piace perché crea un pochettino di movimento al fiore in questo modo qua. For finish this flower, I think the same the same concept. One flower is fantastic, single flower, but one flower in the top of one column is really much better. Column. I go to position the flower on the top of the column. Very nice. Very nice. And I think is much better. Same all times that I ask the help of graphic, and graphic come with sunflower. Ta-da! This column fantastic with some flower. I love this design. I love this design. I love these details. Cosa c'è di più bello di un fiore o due fiori? Moltissimi fiori, moltissimi. Many flowers much better than one. Molti fiori sono meglio che uno. Questo qui è l'effetto moltiplicato a 1000. This is the great effect with great quantity of flowers. Esta quantità más grande, l'effetto más forte, verdade? Ok, questo qui era il terzo fiore. Ho finito la mia classe. Volevo soltanto ringraziare di nuovo tutti quanti voi che mi avete seguito. Seguitemi anche sui social, su Instagram e su Facebook. Thank you very much again to all the organization for this incredible event, Cook Corner Convention 2021. Thank you very much, Keith and Dom. Thank you very much, Pioneer and Qualatex. And thank you very much for all the people that followed me. And I have one little message for the finish of my class. And honestly, I hope that this time go to finish and the whole world is free to travel in all events, qualatex events ever. Tengo un mensaje para todos mis amigos que están en este momento mirándome, oyéndome. El mensaje esta vez voy a leerlo porque no lembro siempre como le palabras se puede ser. En italiano, siate sempre la versione migliore di voi stessi. In English, always be the best version of yourself. And en español, siempre sea el mejor versión de ti mismo. En portugués, sea sempre o mejor versão de si mismo. Thank you very much and see you next time.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hello guys, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed Alessandro's class. We know we did. Yeah, we saw the chat that was going crazy there. It is amazing that he can speak so many languages and still create magic on the screen as we could see. So
multitasking extraordinaire.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So what we want to remind you about is that Qualatex have a website that they've just launched there, qualatex.myshopify.com.
There we go.
It is open for everybody now, and you can get yourself over there for checking out some
goodie bags.
Yeah, goodie bags.
It's over 50% off.
It's basically it's stuff that's been retired from the range, but it's still available there, so you can get over there.
Great way to build your inventory.
And also all copies of Balloon Images and Blue Magic magazines.
Some gems there.
Mm-hmm.
Gems. I tell you, don't go now though, because the guy up next is you can't miss.
Who's the guy that's up next? Oh, I'll tell you what I need to do is I need to click that off
Federico.
so that we can see. I know I was just
checking because we are tired now.
Yeah, I was.
But yes, whilst on the next intermission, have a browse, check out the store, and have a look to see if anything takes your fancy. But the images ones, and once they're gone as well. That's it.
Once
they're out of print. What's left is left. We've gone digital, which is awesome, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to be tracking ones down that you're missing. It's all there. It's interactive, which is great. And where would you find the Interactive Images magazine, and in fact, the Blue Magic magazine? Where would you find it?
Indeed. So we also can see.
You haven't seen it? Qualatex.com.
Oh, Qualatex. I was writing that because Feddy's in the chat. That's what I was just saying.
Hey,
Federico Onida is in the chat, our instructor for this next segment. So what we can do is we can pass you over to this gentleman. He can look after you. If you've got any questions, put them in the chat.
We've been taken over by the Italians. It's the Italian job.
Okay, we shall see you very soon.
We're ready.
We definitely ready?
We're good, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Okay, enjoy this next segment, and we'll catch you in a bit.
I live and I work every day. I'm a Qualatex ambassador and approved instructor. In this class, I'm going to show you some designs that I call two cluster characters, because they are the first part, the main part of the character is made with two clusters. And they are sellable design and air inflated design, very quick to create. So they are easy and really, really sellable and useful in your shop. So enjoy my class. Hope you like it. The first design is a tiger. This is my inspiration, the face of the tiger. The size, it's quite big to create a big character. So the class is about two clusters characters. Then we have to create two clusters of 4 balloons. The first is inflated, the balloons are inflated to 8. I made 2 duplets. I usually hold the necks in one hand and I make a twist and create the first layer, so my base. Then I can put upside down my cluster, so I have the neck on the top, and I can make the other cluster. This is 4 balloon clusters with balloons inflated to 6. So as always, I hold the neck on one hand and I make a cluster. As you can see, the balloons are with tiger stripes printed, except for one, because it's the part of the body at the top, near the neck. So I add the second cluster on the top of the other and use the neck to fix it onto the first layer. Just make a knot and you can add a weight at the bottom, a water weight, double stuffed balloons with water inside, and I use one of the neck to fix it, to add it to the bigger cluster, so you can give it stability. As you can see, I already put some resin twist on one side, and I'm going to create another point of attachment here to create the legs, the paws, and also the arms in this point. Actually, if you have the quick links tiger stripes printed, you can use quick links. So we use this size of head. It's very big, and it goes perfect at the top of this body. As usual, I can use a piece of 260Q. I use the valve to wrap it, and holding the valve, I make a knot, and it let me attach the head to the body. This is actually the first step that you can use for all your carters or your guest carters, animals, or other type of carters, famous carters, for example, Mickey Mouse or other. And this is the first step of this kind of design. So we can add the head onto the body. Just make a knot. And now we can create arms and legs. The first step is to create the part, so the legs or the arms, and then find the point where you can put the right point when you can put the raising to add the legs or the arms. We can create, so the arms, we need one 11-inch balloon, and we inflate it to 5-inch, and we can tie it really close to the mouth, and we can use a piece of 260Q to add it near the nozzle, and then use another piece to fix our apple twist. So we are going to create an apple twist. Just put your finger, your index, inside and grasp the knot on the other side. Twist it a little bit and use the 260Q to fix it. This is, so the 11-inch inflated to 5 inches, and then we have 2 points of attachment. One is onto the part of the body where the arm is, and then we have the pose. So we can create the pose, and this time we can inflate the 11-inch to 6. Again, we have to create an apple twist, so tie the balloon real close to the mouth and use another piece of 260Q to fix it in here, and another piece to fix the apple twist on the other side. But this time, instead going in the opposite part, right in the opposite, we're going a little bit on a sort of diagonal line to create this shape of apple twist. So like that, just to create what we call beam distortion and create a pose like this. But before doing this, we need a 260Q onyx black. Let the air goes out and find the middle and fix it close to the nozzle. Like this, and push it inside, and then create the shape I told you before. So make a knot to finish your apple twist. After that, fix this part, the orange one, on the other side, and tie the two parts together to create a sort of beam distortion. After that, use this part of 260Q black to pull it very tight and fix it around the resin twist in here. Then do the same with the other part. And twist on the other side, and then tie them together. So you can use this technique that we call band distortion to create a pose of our tiger, like this. And now we can create the close with 5-inch balloon inflated to 2.5. Actually, it's a little bit less than just 1 pump, so I prefer using the sizer. It's inflated to 2.5, and actually it's very small balloon, so it's better to tie it really close to the round part and push inside and split it in 2 parts and fix it under the 260Q. Do the same with another 5-inch. Push the nozzle inside, split it in 2 parts, and go under the 260Q, make a small twist, so you create the pose with the close. Now you can clean this part and leave just one piece of 260Q and join it to the arm. So make a knot, tie it really tight, clean the mechanics, and then you can add your balls, your arm onto the body. Yes, we can add one on one side. And we can add this in one side. And like this, and the other one on the other side. When it's this is so we finish the arm and then we create the leg. Actually, I've already created the first leg and the process is almost the same, but the size of the pole is 7. So we inflated our 11-inch tiger stripe printed 11-inch to 7. As always, tie it near the nozzle, very close to the nozzle. Use a piece of 260Q to fix it. Then add a 260Q without air. So find the middle and fix it in the same point. Like this, and make an apple twist. Like this, and for the feet, we don't use a beam distortion, but just an apple twist, and use this piece of 260Q black to tie it really tight, go around the resin and also the other part around. Go around on the opposite side, tie them together, fix it. So you have this shape. Actually, yes, it was it was pointless to put this in for the feet, sorry. So this is the shape, and we add the claws. For the feet, we use the 5-inch balloon inflated to 3, so just 1 pound, and do the same process. Push the nozzle in the middle and split it in the middle, making 2 bubble, and put it under the 260Q we use as a band. Remember that this is the band distortion, So make another one, inflate it to 3, tie it close to the round part, put the nozzle in the middle, split it in 2 parts, and put it under the 260Q, making this shape. So we have 2 poles. You can find the point where you want to add the pole, so like this or like that, you can choose and create in here a resin twist. So we need a piece of 350Q. I don't have one. Yeah. Sorry, just 1 second. Is a 350Q. Just make 2 knots, one onto the other. This is a resin twist. This is the resin. We choose this point and grasp the latex, put the resin down and take it, make it twist, and use a piece of 260Q to fix it. So in this point, we created a point of attachment of our hose. Clean the feet and also the other part and join them together. Remember to tie it well. And do the same on the other side. So like this. Actually, we almost finished our tiger. Just one detail missing, the tail. For the tail, we can use the last part of 260Q orange, full inflate it. You can size also it, but it's enough for the tail, maybe a little bit shorter. Leave a piece of 260Q just to add it onto the body and create a small bubble on the top. Fix it with another piece of 260Q. Tight so the air can't pass from the bubble to the other part of the 260Q. Cut the rest, leave the bubble like this, and you need a 11-inch onyx black. Bend it in the middle and cut it like this, and then open one of the side and cut along the natural bend of the balloon. Cut another time in the middle, again in the middle of the middle, and create this kind of small tassel like this. So you have to do the same on both sides. On the 11-inch, cut like this. Remember, don't cut along the neck. And now open it a little bit, and now open the neck. Take the bubble of our tail and put the bubble inside the neck like this to cover it, totally cover the bubble. You can also bend the tail a little bit, maybe some shock twist, and you get a sort of tail, and then you can add the tail in the back. Obviously, our shape of tiger is two-sided balloon, but it doesn't matter. When he's turning around, looking around. So use one of the neck of the first or the second layer and use the neck to tie it with the part of 260Q of the tail. So create this knot, leave it inside, and the tail goes straight to the body. And this is our tiger. 2 clusters characters as tiger. And that's it. Say hello. Hello. Hope you like it. For the second character, we are going to create another animal, the precious panda. I already inflated the head, and we can already fix the valve with a piece of 260Q, and this point of attachment allows us to add it onto the body. It's clear that we are going to use 2 clusters. This time I use a duplet with 2 round balloons, white balloons inflated to 8, and 2 quick links balloons inflated to 8, where the pose are going to stay. And for the second cluster, inflated to 6, 11 inches round balloons and quick link balloons inflated to 6. For the first layer, we put the 2 quick link on one side in the front, and for the second layer, we put the quick links on the other side to add the arms. So we use the neck to tie them together like this, and with the quick links we can choose the position, pushing the latex, and we can choose the position of our legs and arms. Just bend, and you can bend it like this, and after that we can add the weight, the water weight. As always, remember 2 balloons, a double stop balloon, and fix it so it can't go out of the body. So this is our body. It's quite simple to create the arms and the legs because we just use an apple twist. For the arms, is going to be inflated to 5.5 inches, and the hand is inflated to 5.5. We just join them together like this. Remember to tie them really tight. And use this part of the apple twist to add with the quick links. Remember, when you use the quick links, always twist twice and make 2 knots to tie it really well, and it's really strong. For the legs, we're going to create an apple twist, inflate to 6.5. Tie near the nozzle and use a piece of 260Q to fix, to add another point of attachment and push it straight in the opposite path, making a sort of wheel, and tie it on the other side. So this is a panda, but you can use this technique to create also wheels or other things like this, join apple twists together and so on. For a feet, you have to inflate the 11-inch black to 8. Actually, it's better to overinflate the balloon and deflate, just to have it really soft. We are going to create a sort of apple twist, so the process is always the same. I add the usual piece of 260Q and prepare a piece of 260Q and push your the nozzle and the knot with your index, not straight on the opposite side, but a sort of, you have to create a sort of triangle like this and push it really well. Turn the balloon several times and tie with the other piece of 260Q, and now we can add a sort of detail that it's very nice, very cute, because we are going to try to reproduce this part of the pink part of the head of the panda. So take 5-inch pink balloons, inflated to 3, and push the latex before tie it. Push just to create a sort of flat surface. It's not very flat, but push the air like this and tie it close to the round part of the balloon. Use the piece of 260Q of this point where the neck was, and tie the 5-inch really tight. So the first step is pull the 260Q, tie the 5-inch really tight like this, and now we try to push it inside. So open the hole and push it inside like this. Open the latex and push, open and push, open and push, open and push, like this. So this way you put the 5-inch inside the feet. Now tie it with the leg and tie them together. Clean your figure and fix it onto the body. Remember, you're using a quick link balloon, so twist twice and tie twice. Cut the excess, and this is the pose. So you can see the pose like this. And after that, you have to create the other arms, the other arm, the other leg, and put the head. So the final result is this one. So you have all the body completed, 2 arms, 2 legs. And now we can add the head using 260Q and tie it under the first cluster like this. And also we added another detail. Just inflated a 5-inch balloons, black balloon, inflated to 4, and simply tie it with one of the neck of the body and leave it inside. So you have this small detail, but it's the panda has the tail, so you have to put the tail on your figure. This is another thing that is very, very common for the panda is the panda always eating bamboo. So I try to reproduce a piece of bamboo to add it on his hand. I forgot to tell you to push the end like this, just to create a sort of hand, a long hand. And bamboo goes like this onto the end. You can bend and move the body to put the end on the front, and then we can add this piece of bamboo. How to make the bamboo? So you need 260Q green and some of 160Q lime green. So first step, if you want to create 4 leaves, just inflate with 4 pumps the 160Q lime green, inside a 2-hand bubble, another one, again and again. I usually create 4 or 5, it depends, it's up to you. And with the same balloon you can create also 2 leaves. Like this. So a sequence of 2 hand bubbles. I usually clean the figure, tie the excess off, and fix it. I show you again. So just push and twist and fix one or twice, and then create your leaves and leaves again like this. And then you can push and bend just to create maybe some sharp twist like this. Do the same with the other part. Just small leaves as the bamboo is, fix it like this. I've already did some of them. And now use a 260Q, inflate it, and we leave a long neck, so you can use it to add it onto the panda's arm. Usually leave a long part of the stem, and then when you twist the balloon, you can add 4 to 5 leaves. It's up to you. leave another part. It's not a rule. It's up to you really. And also the final part when you can add some leaf like this. Cut the top and use the last part to fix all the leaves around, and it's enough to create a small piece of bamboo. And now you can join, for example, the two pieces together. And you can gently add it between the arm and the hand, and then add it on the other side. Pay attention, don't cover the head, but you can fix it on the other side with another piece of 160Q lime or 260Q green, like this, for example. Let the air out. And use it, fix it, add it like this, and put around the arm, and then again and the leaf, and you can join the other leaf like this, or maybe like this, and just cut the rest. Always arrange your figure as you like. And this is the two clusters characters. The name is Panda. Hope you like it. So the next design is a character, is the cute clown. As you can see, I always be inspired by the shape, by the main balloon I started from to create some design. So I've already inflated the cute character, and I've already added the 260Q. For the design, I use two clusters with two exceptions. So the main cluster is inflated to 8, but it's a 5 balloon cluster. We use 3 round balloons inflated to 8 and 2 quick link balloons inflated to 8. This is the first layer. This is the first layer that you can put down. Always the neck are on one side. And for the second layer, we use a 5 balloon cluster inflated to 6 with 3 balloon, with 5 round balloons, but if you have the quick links, you can use 2 of them with quick links, just to have the 2 point of attachment for the arms made with quick links and not with resin. It's simpler. So as you can see, I create the first cluster with 2 dark blue balloons for the leg and 3 for the final part of the jacket of the clown, and the second layer with 4 lilac round balloons to continue to go on making the jacket, and this is the shirt on the front. So As usual, I fix the two clusters together with the neck, and I can add a water weight under the base to make it more stable, like this. And I can use the quick link to find the right direction of our legs, and also I previously add the racing twist for the arms. In this case, we started with two clusters, as all the characters of this class, two clusters characters, but in this case, we add another small layer with 5 balloon clusters inflated to 4 inches to create the last part of the jacket and or the shirt to better add the head of the clown. So we fix it with using the neck again, tie it really tight, and this is our base. So 3 clusters character, more or less. Now we can add some details. We can add the arms first, and this is our arm. 3 parts. The first is a 5-inch balloon inflated to 4.5. The second is a duplet with 2 5-inch balloons inflated to 3 and splitted, so we got 4 bubbles, and the hand made with 11-inch balloons inflated to 6.5. So I've already made, and I've already did it because it's the more difficult part of the arm. Now I can stress, I overinflate the first part of the arm, so I stretch it, I inflate and deflate it once, and then I inflate it to 4.5, and usually I tie it close to the nozzle, tie a piece of 260Q near the nozzle, and push the air to help you to push the index in until you reach the other part and make the apple twist. Now take 2 5-inch balloons, inflate to 3, so just 1 pump, tie it like this and push the nozzle in the middle, split it in 2 parts, and do the same with another 5-inch. Like this, push the nozzle, split it in 2 parts, like this, and then twist them together to create 4 bubbles, so like a small cluster. Now I suggest you to first join the hand and the wrist, or not the wrist, the arm, and cut the excess, and then put the wrist in, put the link in the middle of the wrist, like this, so you get the same shape. Now we can create the the leg. The first step is to create another apple twist inflate to 6.5, and you already know how to do the apple twist that we are going to add onto the leg. The other step is to create a cluster with two doublets inflated to 3 inches, one in the color you want, but I decided to use the spring green and the yellow, so we create a small cluster that we are going to put between the leg and the feet. After that, we are going to create the classical shoes of the clown. So we need a 6-inch balloon, red one, an 11-inch balloon. Actually, we need 2 11-inch balloons and the 260 cube. The first step is to overinflate the 6-inch balloon, just to stretch it. Like this. And deflate it. Put the one of the 11-inch into the 6-inch balloon and inflate it to 9. Let the air out and inflate it to 9 inch. Like this. So get 9 inches and then tie the balloon like this. Now, take the other 11-inch balloon, inflate it a little bit, just to put inside a raising twist. So make a bunch of 2 knots, like this, and get a raising, put the raising in, and find a point in the middle of this side, of one side of the 11-inch. Grasp the raising and use a piece of 260 cube to fix the raising. So this is the original raising twist. So when you get the raising twist from inside, this is the external one. Now you have this kind of balloon. This is the final result. So 2 points of attachment, like an L, like this. You can see the L like this. Okay, so take the neck of the first 11-inch and use a 260 cube and tie them together. Like this. Beware not put the neck of the 11-inch in the knot. So this neck has to be free. So cut the excess and now push the 11-inch inside like this and inflate the 16-inch again, overinflated and holding the neck of the second 11-inch. So put your pump in the neck of 11-inch and inflate 9 times. It means more or less 6 inches. You can do 10 if you want, and take the neck, pull the neck and tie it like this. And now you have to let the air out of the 6 inches like this, until until the shape of the shoes is going to be like this. So push the air and you get this shape. So you can see like this, and a little bit go up. Leave the knot. You can find the knot down, and this part is free where the two balloons inside touch each other. Now we have to create the feet like this. Join these three parts, but before doing this, we can add another detail. You know that the knot inside is here, so on the other side you can grasp the latex and put a raising, an outside raising here. Grasp the latex, put the raising in, twist it, use a piece of 260Q. The process is always the same. You have to practice to do it well and leave just one piece. Now we can create a small bow for the shoe. Use 160Q white or the color you want. Inflate a little bit, let the air out just to soften it a little bit, and sides one hand bubble and then two hand bubble. You can side another like this, twist them together, put it in, make a small pinch twist, twist it, and make another one hand bubble. Cut the rest, tie it, and now push this part down, twist it, and fix it like this. And now you can cut the excess and push it and bend it just to create a small movement to the bowl, and also open it like this, and use this piece of glue to fix it, add it onto the shoe, and this is. So now use just the neck of the 11-inch to join this part of the apple twist. Don't tie the 16-inch, so you let the air out, because if you tie the 16 inches, the air inside the two 11-inch inside the 16-inch goes out from the balloons and inflate a little bit the shoe. In this way, the air goes out. So tie them together, just the 11-inch neck, and the 260Q of the apple twist. Excess, and put the cluster in the middle. So push it a little bit, and like you can see, and twist them together. But the neck is free. Cut it like this, and then you can add. Also, you can push. You can move it a little bit just to and edit. Remember, you are using quick link, so trace twice and tie twice. One leg and the other leg. Again, twice. One and two. This is a big fit. You can see the big fit like this. So this is our clown big leg and big shoes, like the clown always have. And now we can add the arms on one side. Make a little bit, and then the other, like this. So we finish these parts of the clown, and now we can add the head and this is our clown. Another detail we can add to the clown is on the back side. In these 2 points we can put some details for the jacket. So use 2 5-inch balloon inflated free and use a long neck. As you can see, I use a purple violet, so very close to the lilac as color. And as you can see, I reproduce more or less all the colors of the head. So this is our inspiration, and we can match all the colors, all the sizes, the proportion with the head. So we can put it around the first cluster and then just release it, and they stay. 2 buttons for the jacket. On the front side, one of the details you can see on the head is the flower. Yellow flower with a wildberry center, and we can create a flower to put it in the hand of the clown. This one. Now I can show you how to do it. So we need 160Q lime green, 1 260Q yellow, and 1 260Q wildberry. First, we use the last part of a wildberry 260Q, totally inflate this part, push the air, let the air out and push again to enlarge this part and make a big bubble. Just so we have the center already prepared. You can also cut the 160Q more or less in the middle and inflate it almost totally like this, a sort of long leg, make a small bubble, sides, one hand, leave like this, sides with your hand more or less because they are leaves, so it's up to you. It's not a rule. Make another one side with the first one. Sorry. Do again. So fix it and bend it. I always suggest you to bend the leaves just to give them movement, also the stem maybe. And now create the petals of the flower. So almost totally inflate the 260Q and make 5 bubbles with 3 ends sizing like this. So 4 and 5. So you have a sort of pentagon like this. Okay. Cut the excess and twist 2 together. Fix it again. Twist this again. And then this one like this, and then make 2 other petals and twist again to get 5 petals like this, and now push it just to create a different it's going to deflate, so I need to do it again. I usually make it on purpose so you can see again how to do the petals. So 5, tie them together, cut the excess, and twist them together. Like this. So we get again the point where we were before, and now start bend the petal like this, make some shock twist, again open it and shock them again, and now just put the petals in this way, a little bit one onto the other, like this, and use the final part of the 260Q, push it in the middle, and twist the other part around and round, and tie it here with the stem like this, and you can fix it again around to fix the petals better, and now you can twist, and the flower stay like this. So we have a longer stem, and finally you can add it onto the arm using a piece of 1/62, just twist around the pedals and add it in the hand using the piece of 1/62. And with these small details, we finish our character, the cute cloud. Hope you like it. So time is finished. Thanks for watching this class. Remember that all the design you saw in this class, I really sell in my shop, and you will be able to do the same. Also, the techniques and all the tips I told you are going to be useful in your everyday work. Thanks to Q Corner team and qualatex team to support me to realize this class. So see you soon. Ciao.
Everybody, my name is Amanda Armstrong with Top Hat Balloon Works here in Southern California. Although I would say sunny California, but right now it's raining and thundering and lightning even. So I'm hoping that where you are it's a little bit more sunnier than where I'm at. Anyway, I'm so proud to be a part of Q Corner Convention 2021, and I'm excited to show you some designs because my class is yard art. And yard art is up and coming, and it's always been around. It's considered outdoor balloon decor, but we're trying to keep it within a specific party frame. And people coming drive-by, they call them drive-bys, like whether it's a baby shower or a birthday party, graduations, all something to celebrate and have a good time. And since we can't really get together right now, we're still kind of shut down here in California, but we're going to be opening up, I think, next week, which is good for us because we can start get rolling again and maybe have some smaller gatherings and things. I don't know where it's like where you are, but drive-by celebrations are really big here. And it's part of helping us to sustain our business right now during the pandemic. So if it's where you are too, I'd love to hear from you guys. I kind of like to know what's going on in the world. But anyway, so I'm here to teach yard art, and I'm going to give you some basic tips. This is a lot like outdoor decor, but what you want to do is to create more of a design and something that you know, people will be excited about when they drive by, and to commemorate the person that they're being honored, like whose birthday it is or graduation, and let everybody in the neighborhood know that it's a big celebration for you, even though we can't get together and have parties and gatherings right now. So anyway, I'm going to show you some pretty fun designs, and generic enough that you can change them out a little bit here and there and make it your own. Make it, whether to make it a graduation, the design can be used for birthday celebrations or baby showers, anything, because it's generic enough to keep a part, make a part of your party celebration happen anyway. So I'm going to get started. This is about an hour and a half long class. What I'm covering right now is basic materials and things that will help you, mostly for places that have grass, a grassy area like a front yard or backyard even, but if this is for driveway yard art, you mainly want to have it in the front yard. But some of those designs as well, but also I'll show you a little bit about if it's going to be like on concrete, or if it's going to be in front of a garage or someplace, a pathway, like that kind of ideas. But I'll give you some ideas and let's get started. All right. So with yard art, there are some basic tools that you are going to need, and a lot of times it depends on the weather and what it's going to be like outside. Usually during your time, obviously, you know, you can't, it's hard to tell, you know, you need to have at least a week to be able to figure out what your weather's going to be like, whether it's going to be stormy like it is now, or windy, or if it's going to be sun or snow. I mean, we don't get snow here, and I'm sorry for the people who do, but I know they have their own problems to contend with. Anyway, so these are poles that we use for basic outdoor decor, and yard art is a big part of that. These are conduit. Whether we use conduit poles, I like to use either the 1/2 inch conduit or the 3/4 inch if it's going to be, if we're expecting it to be really windy and cold, then you know, up to a certain degree, obviously, you know, when it's too windy, you don't want to do decor and you have to work with your client on that for cancellation policies, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, so we have 3/4 inch poles and we have 1/2 inch poles. Now the steel conduit poles are meant to be stiffer, and they're great for frames and designs and arches and that kind of thing because they're solid and they don't move. The 3/4 inch ones are even more so, but they're heavier. So you have to make sure that your bases are heavy when you use the 3/4 and the 1/2 inch conduit poles. You got to make sure that they're very, very heavy. Another thing is PVC. Now I use PVC. I use PVC a lot, especially for this single piece designs, because it's still sturdy enough, and even when the wind goes, but it also gives a little bit of movement. This is the 1/2 inch schedule 40 PVC, and we also have 3/4 inch PVC. So there are two, and the schedule 40 means the thickness of the wall on both of these. These are both schedule 40s, but one you can see is 3/4 inch and the other one is 1/2. And the 3/4 inch just adds a little bit more stability to your design. So like I said, it kind of depends on your weather and what you're in for. And with that, so when we are setting up our designs in the grass, this is for grass, you always have to be aware of your surroundings, not just for setting purposes, but for safety reasons. And we all the time use like a 3-foot, it's about a 3-foot rebar that we can get at Home Depot that we stake our designs into, whether it be a standalone decor piece or even frames. When you stake it into the grass, you have to be wary of sprinkler lines and things like that, sprinkler heads and the irrigation line, and make sure that you're not going to get into it. Usually if it's just like a foot, if you can jam it down into the ground about a foot, you're good. You're good to go. And always use the right type of tool to hit your rebar in. Don't use a hammer. Don't use a rubber mallet. This is, I guess, a steel mallet. And you just tap it down in there. As about a foot is good. And that gets it stable. You can also wiggle it a little bit and try to get it so it's straight. And then tap it a little bit more down in there so it's nice and tight and your decor isn't going to be moving around a lot. Okay. I was going to show you that. So with that, once you have your rebar in, all you need to do then is just slide your pole over the rebar, and I kind of like jam it down into the ground and make sure that it's down in there. I kind of twist it a little bit and shake it. If it's too loose, go ahead and just pull out your pole and hit it down some more into there, or you can find another spot. If you hit rocks, you're going to have to find something that's a little bit more forgiving. You hit into a rock, obviously it's not going to do you any good. So always find a good spot for it. You can always move it around and adjust it. When you're setting, you can do arches. You can bend arches and put rebar in each place, although it's a little bit harder to determine. You can bring a tape measure and measure the spot where your arch is going to end up on either end, and jam in your rebar, put your arch down over it, and it's really quite stable, okay? Or you can create your base plates. So we make temporary base plates, and we use steel base plates when it's a big job and it's kind of windy and it's a little breezy, and the weather's not going to be as good. Anyway, or we use temp base plates, which can be heavy, but not as heavy as the steels, unless you put some extra weight over it. And our base plates we also do, this is a 12 by 12, and we also do a 16 by 16 for our heavy duty arches and things like that we're going to have on the cement. And this is for like driveways, walkways. If they want their decor on the walkway, always ask where they would kind of like to do it. And if that doesn't work, always suggest something different if it doesn't quite work out for you. But with our base plates, this is a piece of wood, and we also add tiles underneath for extra weight in it. And these are tent footings. They look like this. You can get them at a tent. You can get them at a tent supply warehouse, and you just screw these down into the wood, and it has its wing nut, and these fit any up to 3/4. Okay, so I can unscrew it, get it down in there, and screw it down really tightly. Give it a little bit of a jig right there to screw it down even more if it's windy. But the good thing about these footings, or flanges is how we call them. Sorry, this isn't a 3/4 inch one. I have the 3/4 inch ones that do fit the 3/4. Is that you can twist it and tighten it, and it's not going to pop up. Some of the base plates that they have now, unfortunately, you put your pole down and it kind of pops itself up, and it's not secure enough. But anyway, these are great to get. Tent supply companies sell those. So we're going to start off with our first design. I'll get to that later. We're going to start off with our first design, and we call this a party pinwheel. Okay, so this is our PVC. It's a 1/2 inch PVC, and we cut it to approximately 3 feet, 3.5 feet actually. Always cover your poles and everything with a balloon for one. So when your last quad is on here, it gives it support and won't pop off. You can, usually on the last quad, I'll twist it at least 2 or 3 times in order for it to be more secure on top. But latex to latex gives it that extra support, so it won't slide off your pole. So I always cover it with a balloon. You can put some ribbon on it if the pole is going to show. Make it a little nicer, a little extra for not a lot of cost. And we're going to start our pinwheel. So you see, this is how I can just support that. You can also add extra tiles on here for more weight. And so next, first off, we're going to take some 11-inch. This is pearl sapphire. This is the design where it's generic enough that you can use it for anything: baby shower, graduation, birthdays, etc. So we're going to do a 5-pack. And the 5-pack is, it's going to be about setting at a 1.0. Okay, could be a little bit bigger actually. Let's do it at a 1. It's about 1.5. Both sides are, or about 10 inches. Okay. I'm going to make two 5-packs. With that 5-pack, like I mentioned, we're going to also make, I have another one ready here. So we have 2, and then we're going to do a 5-inch. Setting. And it is about, for a 5-inch balloon, it's about 5 inches. Real full, nice full set. Okay, so you have 1. And you have 2 5-inch. Next, we're going to do a duplet. Now, you want the duplet center. This is going to be the center point. We're making like a flower type design. So the center point, you want it big enough so that it holds these all together. And I'll show you what I mean. But not so big that you want it to overpower the design. So I'd say at about not even that, 6 inches, probably about 5 inches. Okay, this is, well, it's a setting of 5 inches, but this is definitely looks like probably about a 6 or 7. Make it small, and it's important when you're making this duplet alone that you want to make it quite tight. You want to make sure that they're both. And that you double knot it, which is good. Don't just do the wrappy around because this is going to be pulled and you want to make sure that it's nice and straight. So this is about how much give you want in between your duplet. And we are going to set up our pinwheel. It's good to have a flat surface for this because I'm going to make this flat. And then I'm going to put the 5-inch in. And I think you guys can see this. So it's going to be like that. Then I'm going to put the next 5-pack on. And you want to make sure it's nestled right nice. Now what I do is I push my hand down and I grab all of them at once. So I have, my hand is holding all of it and I'm pulling in, and you want it just so these kind of can touch for a little bit more. Oh, actually, yeah, works. And then take your duplet and work it into there, into the center, okay, into this all the way through all of them. this is why you need the pull. And once you let go, you can pull it a little bit more. Pull this, and you can twist it around a balloon just to be sure that it's nice and secure. Yeah. We have our flower. This is our flower design. Okay, so next, we're going to put this for ease. We're just going to set this down. We're going to take a 260. You want to make sure that it gets into the quads and also the pole. Pull it down tight and around and tie it in a double knot. So it's like a flower. We're making a flower, pretty much a flower pattern. You can set it so that it gives the pole inside is set down tight. Okay, next we're going to take some foil balloons. Now I did these with helium, but air, perfect. I mean, most of my stuff is all air design. The only reason I did it was to give it a little bit of extra lift, but you don't. It can be easily done with air. So we're going to tie this in. Once we inflate our balloon, make sure that you can cut off, for this one, because this is going to be a single, you can roll it into your balloon all the way down. Put your finger down here to hold it, and then tie it in a triple knot. Make sure that it's nice and tight. Okay. Once we have that, we're going to pull this down and pull it through with the 260 and just wrap it down into the center, or wrap it anywhere. Let's wrap it into the center balloon. And next, we're going to do 2 of them together. I already have those done. So you want to take a 260, it only needs to be a half. You don't need to use a full because then you're just going to be wasting it trying to wrap it around and make it nice and tight. And that's the key point, is that you want to have it nice and tight. We're going to pull it through. And there we go. We got one set. We're going to do another set. Okay, and go kind of crisscross if you can, because you want to make sure that these are tight. Now this design is for graduation, obviously. And there's a good side and there's a side with the barcode and a side not with the barcode. Okay, so see how fun that is already. I mean, we got somebody's graduating, time to celebrate. You can add like a little 2020 here if you want, but we're going to add some 160s. So that, actually, I like to use the little 160 hump as a template, but you can also use the scrap PVC poles as well. Make some little swirls. And this one. What I'm doing is I'm putting my thumb here on the end of this and wrapping it and making sure. You don't want this straight, because what happens is it'll end up being straight at the end. You have to make sure that it's curved all the way. going to tie these together. And we're going to add them in here. All you really have to do is just nestle them down in there. Okay? I have a couple here, a tad squishy. But that's okay. Just try to make them tight. Actually, let me use yellow. I'm going to just set it down and push it down into the center. Like that. Grab a red one. Here. Pull out your center. You can twist it in there if you want to have it set even more. These you can adjust. Try to have it so it's not pushing up against this right here where the balloon is. You want to make sure it's in the groove itself. So it's set nice. A lot of red up there. I'm going to move it. How fun! How fun is that? Then we can actually just spin it around and do another set. Here, already have our, these are 1/60. Although with yard art, the good thing about yard art is you can do it one-sided if you want to, because really the front side is what's going to be seen, and when people are driving by, that's, hey, congratulations, happy birthday, or happy graduate. Here we go. And we'll do the yellow too. I'm going down here, twisting, and coming out. Isn't that fun? And look, so you can customize this to do a baby shower. You can do, obviously, birthdays, anything that there is a 18-inch, 22-inch design for can be incorporated into this, which is great. And oh, look, these will stick. There we go. I like the star shapes best because it adds a little bit of interest and contrast. Circles can be used, or hearts, any of the shapes that they have available. So it's really kind of fun. And with this, so this is our party, yard art party, and pinwheel. I'm sorry, our party pinwheel. And I always add quads at the base, which I don't have. Oh, sorry. There we go. Always kind of design it up. A lot of times when it's in grass, it'll pop. So either you can put some tablecloth roll, plastic tablecloth roll down, or when you're using a base plate, it's great because it just sets on it. Actually, this is a 5-pack. We're going down to a 4. Okay, so it adds a little bit more design to it. Great. And with that, though, there's another point to make, that if you want it stationary, this is great. But why we call it a pinwheel is because we want to make this spin in the wind. If there is wind, there's an idea. I think his name was Don, the balloon guy, and he had a great idea as to creating movement with this design. But it can't be on a base plate. It needs to be in the grass. And with that, we have these poles. These are plant stakes. that you can get a lot of times, and what they have are little tips at the end that is pointed, like that. And you can get them in different sizes, different heights, and they can be staked into the, or not staked, you have to actually hit them into the ground to get them down deep enough, but make sure that they're stable. But with that, we're going to show you what the great idea is to have this. So this is the tip that is pointy, and what happens is you just put it down. You can either put it down in the base plate, but I have to tape it down because it doesn't go quite down far enough. And this part here, just take it, take your pole, and you want to add a cap to it. This one just has a balloon to it, but they have the caps, which is on a different design. I'll have to show you. They have oops, there we go. Sorry. I guess that's a good thing about being in your own shop, because you know where everything's at, right? Hopefully. So this is a cap for the PVC. You have to make sure you get the correct size, whether it's 3/4 inch or 1/2 inch, and put in. Okay, we're back on to our next design. Now this is a fun creature. We're going to be working on some safari stuff for a birthday party, which is, going to have some fun. Anyway, so this one is a safari design that's a creature that can be customized to just about any animal, okay? So it's great to use for Easter Bunny, or we're going to be making a lion today, a tiger, or anything. And you can also use the big custom print, safari prints that they also manufacture. I think Continental sells them. Anyway, so here, we're going to get into this new design, and we want to, we're going to be making knots in here to make like a little bead to add into the 3-foot for attaching points. We're going to make some attaching points on our, we want to make sure it's nice and stiff. Okay, and you're going to drop that into there. Drop in this little rolled up bead in there. And you want to get down to the bottom of the 3-foot, the 36-inch balloon, I guess. And how you kind of know is you find there's like a little drop. It's hard to see. This little drop in the balloon, and you're just going to go a little bit off to the side. And then you're going to feel it. Gravity should take a hold. And kind of stretch it out a little bit. So I'm grabbing the balloon that's inside. Stretch it out a little bit. And make sure it's nice and tight. Taking a 260, and I'm holding on to it. And I'm going to wrap it extremely tight around the base of the little bead that's inside, or the little balloon inside. Okay, give it a couple of twists and knot it off, nice and tight without tearing it, and make a couple of knots. Okay, so now you have an attaching point onto that. You can just use half of a 260. You don't have to use the full one. And another point we're going to do is we're going to fold it. I can see it, but you cannot. See, if I fold it so that the base goes just above the neck right here, like that, and then you can fold it again if you wish, so it's even. All right, and right at that spot, right at that spot, I have it folded, I'm going to make a little dot. Okay, make a little, I can barely see that, but it's a little teeny mark. Okay, then when you unfold it, this is what you have. You just have a little dot right there. And that's where you're going to put the next balloon for an attaching point. I'm going to use, this is the 260, and I'm going to make a bunch of knots in it. You can use a bead. Everybody suggests getting plastic beads and stuff, but I like to try to use whatever I have on hand. So for me, balloons are always on hand. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit trickier, but you're going to put your little bead into the balloon, and then you're going to have to find it. You can let it drop in there. And then get it to where your mark is. It's okay if it's a little off. It's not going to ruin the design at all. Then you're going to pull. See, here's my little mark. I'm going to pull it. Take a half a 260. Do the same thing. Make sure that it is really tight. Okay. And the reason for that is you don't want it popping off. Wrap it around a couple of times. And tight. And another knot. I like to knot it a lot, just for safety's sake. Okay. So I have a little attaching points in 2 places. Alright? But also, I have an attaching point here, which is why I always try to utilize the neck as well. So if I need 3 attaching points, I just have to add 2. Don't add any more attaching points than you need to. Because we're going to now inflate it. And we don't want it all the way inflated. It's a 36-inch balloon, but we don't want it totally inflated. Probably about 28, 29 inches. So now we have these 2 attaching points, and we're going to take a full 260 yellow in color. And the good thing when you're attaching top balloons and things like that, always make sure that when you're using 260s to attach a balloon onto a column, or I call them balloon trees, which are also part of yard art. They're the most typical type of yard art, or my balloon trees and columns. You always want to make sure that you get here at the bulb of the balloon, okay? The 260 needs to be as tightly down here as possible. You don't want the 260 tied at the end, because then it flops. It has a tendency to flop more, so you want it nice and tight at the bulb. Alright, so we have 3 attaching points. 1, 2, 3. Isn't that fun? We're going to take another 260. This is always good to have 2 people, but it doesn't have to. And we're going to tie it under this knot. Try to get as much as you can out of the 260 as possible. We're going to do that again with another full 260. Suggestions have been where you can take the air out and it makes it flat, which is really what you want. You don't want it puffed up with air. But you can suck out the air to make it nice and flat. Too much air makes it roll, and you don't want that. We're going to be utilizing this as an attaching area. hope everybody can see this. But I'm taking it and tying it under the knot. I'm going to do 2 of them. Okay? And with that, we have this one, and we have that one, and this is just extra. So we're going to pull this around and bring it down. This is why you want it flat and out of air. Okay, because we're going to be using this. And we're going to tie it to the base of this one. We're going to triple knot it. So underneath the knot, make sure you get underneath the knot. There we go. So now we got an attaching point. Going to do the same with this one as well. Pull it down, and we're pulling it around. And we're getting it, hard to see with my hands in the way, but we're getting it underneath the knot. And we're tying it. Okay, that. Alright. So now we got two points of straps, alright? We have an extra little, this can be cut off, but I never cut off my excess until I'm sure I'm not going to use it anymore. and then we have another attaching point. So after that, we're going to be making 9 to 10 little quads of 5-inch. These are the 5-inch yellow. Oops. And, sorry, above it. Pull and twist. One more. Make a bubble. About 1 or 2 inches. It could be smaller depending on how small you want your little paw to be. Okay. And then we have a little paw. Right, we've got a little loop and 3 little heads, little hand heads. And lock it in place. We want to keep the excess here, because what we're going to do is blow up. Oh, sorry, we have to do a 5-inch, a black 5-inch as well. That doesn't have to be too big, but you don't want it too small either, because we're going to put this through the hole. You can knot it, so you have it there. Then we're going to blow up our geoblossom, our yellow geoblossom. Now, when I blow up the geoblossoms, I always put my thumb through the hole, and when I inflate, I actually grab this bulb. Get a little closer. So put your thumb through, and then when you're inflating, kind of pinch this a little bit and let the air fill the entire blossom, and then let the air fill this bottom part after the air is filling the rest of it. Okay, so you can kind of control how much air you have. Besides, a lot of people don't know how to blow geoblossoms or donuts, so this is a great tip in doing so, and helps you inflate better. Watch. You see how the blossoms or the petals on the outside blew up first before this one did? That's because I was giving it a little pinch at the base here. But we don't want them that big, so I'm getting a little bit of air. I'm going to let out a little air, like that, and push on it. And we can push. We want these to be more predominant, and this kind of on the flat side to begin with. Then we can just tie a 260. It doesn't have to be a full 260. Maybe a half. Like that. Or right onto it. And we're going to do the same for this one as well. The next one. Watch as I inflate this watch as I inflate this, and you will see these end ones blowing up first. See? And then my last one, which was good. Kind of wanted them flat anyway. Then I can push and shape my blossoms. I'm going to take the end of the 260 and tie it onto the other end of this one. Also gives you a little bit more neck. When you're doing this with the 260, you have to make, when you're tying a 260 in, you always have to make sure you take the end of the 260 and knot it again inside so it doesn't slide out. Not that it will, because it's usually, it's pretty good, but just to be in precaution, because this is going to give some pull, and I need some pull on these designs. We're then going to take your little paw that you've had and your 5-inch and pull it through. This is where I want the excess to come in. I'm going to grab it, or not. I'm grabbing the excess of the little paw black and I'm pulling it through the hole, and I'm taking my 5-inch and I'm tying it in. So the 5-inch is actually just in a stopper to keep it from going through the hole. It doesn't have to be a paw. And then, see, now we got like that. I'm going to do the same thing for this one. Another little paw. Let's do that quickly. Oops. Sorry, got a hole. Gonna make a loop twist, and the whole twist. Okay. Third time's a charm. Sorry, my black's a tad old. Don't use it too often. But try third time's a charm. Let's see how that works. Trying to make it a little bit more supple here. There. No, that was me. And one more. Guess I'll make this one a little bigger because it'll pop out. Okay, now I've got excess. I need another 5-inch black. Here, got this. Gonna stick this down in, grab it, pull it on the other side, and tie. There we go. Can cut off the excess on this. So we got another little bug. Okay, so we have this. We're going to make another set of these, but I already have them done. So I just wanted to show you how to do this as well. And so we're going to tie. I'm going to to start with this guy. This guy's our bottom. So what I did, we have a set of the Geo Blossoms, and we have a triple. Sorry. First one's going to be a set of your triple. We're going to put that on our pole here. This is kind of just a little 5-inch false organic, I guess. And your triple's going to sit there. Then next we're going to take the it's about 5-inch. Let's see, yeah, 5-inch. And that one's going to sit there. It's not going to set just right yet, but you'll see why. The next set are the two at okay. There we go. Always want to put the balloon on top for friction and so it doesn't pop off the top. And the next set will be a triple. And we have a triple. And your last quad will be the 5-pack, okay, about 3 inches. It's going to set funky for a little bit at the moment. Anyway, so we're not done with the body quite yet. What we're going to be making is some paws. We want to take a 260 black. Don't have to blow it up too much. And we're going to make a little paw. I'm going to get a little closer to you. So we're going to do a loop twist. Make sure you lock it. And then we're going to do a little bubble twist. 1, open 2, twist it around to lock it, and 3. Just about a 1.5 inch. Okay, now we've got a little paw. Isn't that cute? We're going to get the excess air out, cut this, but don't cut this off because we're going to be using it as a attaching point. Definitely want to lock it in like that. We're going to take our 5-inch and just give it a little bit of puff of air. Doesn't need a lot. We're going to knock that off. Tie that off because we're going to be taking our Geo Blossom, and this is I'm going to show you a trick to inflate your Geo Blossoms, and that would be to when you're holding your balloon and you're blossoming, when you're blowing up your blossom, you want to pinch this bulb right here so that it inflates the flower petals first, and then it'll inflate this last part last. That gives you a little bit more neck to tie with, and it's easier to work with. So if you want to watch this, put it at a 0.3. You can always adjust it yourself. But watch how the petals blow up on the outside first. But we don't want exactly that much. We want to let a little bit of air out, but we also want these petals to be inflated. This last one can be kind of more supple. And we're going to cut that off. Then we're going to take our 5-inch and our little paw, stick the excess 260 down, and grab it on that side. And then we're going to twist it around and tie it in like that. then we have one of these. It's got a little paw, and this is going to be his little arms. So we're going to make another set. We're going to make another set of those. Actually, I have those all done. But I'll blow one more just to show you. Twist. Three. Lock them in place. With a little excess here. Blow another bubble. Remember to pinch down here as you're inflating. Air in that. Okay, got a blossom. Take this in the 5-inch. Drop it in. There we go. Okay, and with these two, we're going to take our, and we're going to need, we only need half of it, so save the other half for the second set of pods. Tying this on. Make sure you get it under the knot so that it doesn't pull up and over. Okay, like that. Take the next one. I like to twist them in. And then double, make sure it's double knotted. And there we go. Voila. So you got your little pots. And with that, we're going to stick them in right here, where the third, where the one with the 3-pack is, which is at the base, the bottom here. We're going to pull it down into it and make sure it gets into the center. And you kind of want to have a little bit more tension. Turn so I'm facing the camera. And you can wrap it around, and there we go. You have a little paw here, foot here, twist the paw down, and got a little excess. Next, I got already another set done. Let's see, this one's good. Do the same with up here. Pull it down into the center. Try to give it, pull it tight. That's going to be important to holding these so they don't flop around. And then you can just wrap to get excess. Try to stay on the same balloon quad right here that you're in. Good. Make sure you kind of adjust those a little bit. These can, if you have two up front, you'd only need one if you want. Whoops. Actually, I'll just pull this one here. That's what I do. If you have one in the center, then it pulls the arms up forward a little bit more. Sorry, I think I'm looking away from the camera. So there's a body. How cute, huh? Simple, easy. Next, we're going to be working on the head. Okay, the head that we did earlier. Remember, we got our attaching points all here. Make sure your 260s are nice and lined up. And we're going to put our 5-inch, we're going to put our 5-inch, quads on to the balloon and go all the way around with it. You kind of want to start in at the top. I consider this the top and the neck the bottom. And we're going to tuck those under like that. and kind of align the edge of the 5-inch quad right here. And we're going to keep going all the way down. Do one side first and then do the other. The good thing about this, you don't want to wrap them in, although it'll make them stay, but the problem is you kind of need to adjust them and maneuver them a little bit first before. If you want to wrap them in, it's okay, but this is pretty sturdy. And what I mean by wrapping in is taking the 260 and wrapping it around. Okay, so we're only going to do about, I think 4 is good. On this side, we might need another one down here, but we'll determine that after. And you're going to take the next side down. So you don't want to make sure that they're not bunched up on each other, too. They've got to be kind of right, just touching each other, right? It's a good way to go. There we go. So next, we're going to take our loops, our little gold loops. And when we attach these, oops, pull that down. When we attach these, we're going to put these in the center between 2 of the duplets, 2 balloons, 1 duplet, and pull them up like that. You want to make sure they're locked and they're nestling up at the top of the 5-inch. Small. We've got some more over here. Make sure you're pulling up as you put them in. See what I'm doing? And pull. Last one on this side. And after this, we get all these set. We're going to come back with the yellow bow, little bow ties. Figure out which one's your front side. This is your front. And we're going to do the same thing we just did with the gold. Pull it up, and let them set, okay? The quad is actually what's holding them together, or holding them sturdy. This one. It's a little difficult by yourself, but it's okay. Do it. Go. Pulling them through and up. This just adds a little bit more dimension to your lion mane. Nice and settled, and here's your mane, just like that. We might want to put one. Let's see, how is this going to set? It's going to set okay. You could put another one here if you want on either side, but I think we're good with it. Maybe one more. Lines. Here. It'll make his head tilt a little bit off to the side, but it'll be good. Loop. We got one more thing to do. Like I said, you can adjust this too. It gets off a little bit. Next, we're going to make like a muzzle for his face. We're going to take 2 of the leopard print 5-inch and blow those up. Almost full, pretty full. Make a duplicate. And we're going to blow the 5-inch. Black. Don't want it too much. Try it in with your little leopard print. Love the leopard print. Love the safari prints. Great. We're also going to blow a little 260 red for his mouth. Don't need a lot. We're going to tie that in. Muzzle. And then we're going to make a couple of Google eyes. We don't have to do Google eyes. I like, you can separate the eyes too. When you're inflating your 5-inch friendly eye print, I'll show you in a sec. When you're blowing them up, you can make them small pupils, or you can deflate a little bit and get a good judgment on our eyes, and then we can either tie them into a knot, but I don't like doing, and because it kind of creates this look. It's a little goofy, I think. You know, you can, but you can play with that as well. If you're going to go non-goofy looking, go ahead and tie off your eyeballs, your friendly eyes. And if you want them to be friendlier, what you do is not that. Let me do one more. You can either inflate them by pushing them a little bit, and then doing that, or you can push them once you get to them. These are about the right size. But see how this pupil is bigger? So you can push it and make it bigger. Or you can inflate it when it's inflating, go ahead and make it bigger. It's a little on the light side, but that's okay. Actually, we'll make some fun eyes. Okay, and with that, I'm going to use U-glue dashes and put these on. But first, we'll put the muzzle. This is where our attaching point comes in handy. I'm going to pull it up like that. See? And just take this 260 that we use and voila, make it nestle. Puff them up like that. So with the eyeballs, like I said, we can either do it 2 ways and have them tied together, and then you can actually tie them in. Or what I'm going to do is go ahead and tape them on. And it's okay, if you use these U-glue dashes, they're great for setup. You're going to see where the eyeball's going to touch, and there. These are U-glue dashes, so they're great for placing. Putting it on the nose here. There we go. Voila, there's his face. How cute. Isn't this cute? Now the great thing about this head and this whole body design is that you can customize it to any animal, like a bunny for Easter, or you can do a dog for a potty. It's called a potty party, and or even cats, anything, you know, any kind of animal. With the safari prints too, zebras are great. They have more of an elongated head, but it's okay. I'm tying this down in and going to the pole and tying it. You always want to make sure your yard art is secure, especially you're usually going to get some kind of wind, even if there's not a lot or some kind of weather. So always make sure that your yard art is steady or sturdy. There we go. Voila. Probably put another one in there too. Oh, I think I forgot my yellows in there. Just a sec. Should be done. There's one. Right here that I'm stepping on. Right here. Voila. Hey, sorry. Finish him off. So isn't that cute? Cool, huh? That's a cool little animal for outdoor decor. It's very sturdy, so it's easy to keep, you know, going even in the hot weather. So a couple of other designs that we can complement, because this is going to be our safari theme yard art, is going to be some things I call party pals. And it's just a zebra. This one's a zebra, but you just have some quads set at different sizes with the little head. Do some little arms and little hoofs here for, this is with the apple twist. And then add a little customization, obviously, into all of your decor. This can have a big 6. He can be holding a big 6. But you always want to customize your decor to the client's needs, like a birthday, special birthday, graduation. This is a great, fun design. These are mostly for parties, not for graduation. But baby showers, any of that. But these are always adds a little bit of movement into your designs like that. And with that we also have what I call party sticks, and this is just a fun 11-inch or a 12-inch quick link tied with a chain of 6-inch quick links, and just put it on a nice sturdy cup stick. Probably the bigger ones are the best. And make a 5-petal flower and tuck it up under there. And these party sticks can be obviously customized, but it's fun and it has movement. And when the wind does blow, you just stick these in the ground, and isn't that fun? You know, it goes along with your safari print lion, just like this one. Those are fun, along with our party pals. And also one other design that we had, we're going to be running out of time, but I want to show you something so cute, very easy to make. This is a balloon tree. This is where you add your movement, okay, on your yard art, right? These are just some of the 27-inch leaves, some 13-inch tapers as well. I'm sorry, these are the tapers. And then also your 6-inch quick links tied to the 12-inch quick links, about 8 of the 12-inch quick links to create a little topiary. And then Alright, so now we're going to be doing our next design, and that's going to require some 1/8-inch aluminum rod. You can get this at any steel supply company. This is great for bending and framing and using for sculptures. We're going to cut 2 sections of 3-foot lengths and tape them up in green because we have a safari theme. We're working with a safari theme. And we're also going to utilize a 5-foot section of 1/2-inch PVC. And what we're going to do with this is we're going to tape, we're going to tape these onto our PVC, and we're going to put them down kind of about this length, and then we're going to bend them. Got my tape, my green tape. 2 different sections. You want to kind of go down far and tape them on either side of the pole. Go up almost all the way. I'm sorry, about 1/4 of the way. And then we're going to start our next one, because this one's going to be up about right there. So finish this off. Make sure it's nice and tight against the, I like to use colored duct tape. And then we're going to take this, let's take a little piece first, and position it kind of where you want it. There we go. That one you don't, since this is all covered up, you don't have to totally waste all your tape and do that. You can just do it in sections. And what I like about the rod is that we can bend it. So you have the ability to bend as much as you want. You can bend out more, like that. Harder to straighten it out, so probably not straighten it out if you can help it. And this one I'm kind of okay with. So this is what you got. And let's blow the balloons. Okay, so I have some balloons already blown. But we're also going to blow a couple more, show you how to make a little organic cluster. What I like to do is to just take a couple of balloons and tie them into duplets, and whatever your color scheme is. Always overinflate and then let the air out. Clusters. Here's another one. So what we're going to do is go ahead and add some clusters to the ends of the poles. And we've got this one. I'm going to add them first to the base. You can use more 11-inch down at the base. If you want to extend it out more, you can always add a 12-inch quick link to the end. And then add a little cluster to look a little bit more organic. And then go ahead and tie it in with the tip of the 12-inch quick link. Then we're going to get some more going to put in the center. Always put your balloon on top for protection and to keep it from popping off. Just like that. Add a few more. We always want like a nice little perch for the top because we're going to tie in our little heads. Next one. Actually, we're going to put this one down here. This kind of covers up our mechanics a bit. And then we have our last two. Something smaller. You can always bend this down, which is why aluminum rod is a great option. Just make sure your tips are covered so they don't pop your fingers. Usually just cover them with tape. Last. I just pull out a balloon and twist in order to pop it out a little bit more, make it look more organic. Make sure you twist it in twice though. Then it'll undo itself, or if one balloon pops, it's gone. Put this over here. Okay. Next, we're going to take our little safari balloon heads. Aren't these great? I love these. They're so cute. I'm going to tie a, this is 160, but I use 260s, and tie it in the center of a half, cut 260, and we're going to roll it, roll the neck in, and then tie tightly. Go over here. Just twist them in. I'm kind of near the end. Oh, and it's sliding because I haven't twisted in the balloon cluster. So I'm going to want to do that. Down a little bit as well. Next, I've got the monkey. With yard art, you always want to make sure everything is secure. So just to be on the safe side, and it's not going to blow away from you. And the next one is our little traffic. This one I will tie in. Make sure he's sitting right, and the balloons are holding him up. There we go. One more little cluster in there to hold him. Just a small one. added texture and design, go ahead and take your leaf tapers. These are your 14-inch leaf tapers. You just tie them in a knot, double knot. We're going to add that down here. Front of your design is good. And last but not least, we want to go ahead and add a little bit more movement into it. So these are just table skirts, and I cut them into about 3 to 4 inch lengths. Roll up the top and staple it. If you're afraid that the balloon will pop from the staples, you can always put a little piece of tape on it, but that should be good. I like to leave this neck here so that I can tie or twist the balloons into it and it stays nice and tight. We're going to add that, push it in. But if you're using them for 3-footers, you can always just cut off the top. And got the last 2. So here you just have to push it in and twist. And make sure you double twist. You have to be gentle with it. I don't think I caught it. Okay. How fun is that? So this is a fun creative design to go along with your party buddy and your party poles and your party trees. Everybody, I hope you enjoyed the class for Yard Art Party, and we learned some fun designs from our party pals, from our party sticks. We got our party buddies, party trees, and let's not forget party pinwheels. Thank you everybody for joining me, and I'll answer any questions you have online. Stay safe.
Hello and welcome to Bottle Pods. If you don't know what Bottle Pods are, it's taking usual bottles of wine, can be champagne or whatever you want to wrap really. But this is our standard shape. We wrap it with a 646. And basically we turn it into a more decorative gift, or we can turn it into table decor. Okay, so basically a really good idea, make brides and grooms out of these and then sell them for wedding decor. So when So say over here in the UK, we do a thing where you pay for corkage at a wedding, so they can buy their own cheaper bottles of wine. They bring it along, and it just sits on the table like so. One bottle of red, one bottle of white. When I get booked for weddings, I always mention about this idea, and a lot of the time you can sell probably 30 bottles of these wrapped balloons, because that looks boring, and what we're going to learn is going to be interesting and a nice talking point and everything like that. Okay, so what we need is a 646. Okay, now I'm going to blow it up by mouth because that's the easiest way that I can do, because I need to reverse inflate it. Okay, but if we're doing it for anyone else, you know, make sure you're using a pump. Okay, also have your bottle on a non-slippy surface. Okay, when I'm not filming, this is all rubber underneath this table, and that's what I would normally do this on. It just saves it slipping. Okay, also this is the easiest way to wrap a bottle, okay, and the most practical way. You might have seen other people doing it a different way. This, without a shadow of a doubt, I personally find the easiest way. Okay, so here we go. You can see there we've got all the air in this part, okay, and this is around 10 inches long. Okay, not as high as the bottle, because obviously we need the air to go up, and we're going to be wrapping the bottle. Okay, we are then going to be placing this just like that. We're going to place it over the top of the bottle. Yeah, and we're going to down. Yeah, now I'm pinching this. Yeah, so as we push down, I haven't tied this balloon at all. Yeah, we need to be pushing down. Yeah, holding that pressure and just sliding that down even more. Sliding it down. Okay, I'm still holding on to this part. Yeah, I haven't tied it or anything like that. Okay, we need to make sure all the bottle is in there. Okay, so I'm using my thumb and I'm just forcing that bottle into the 646. Okay, so we have that. Okay, now the bottle is literally inside. Yeah, now as I slowly release the pressure, we need to release all this air. That's the bottle, not me. Like so. Release all this air out. Okay, now we have this part where it's sucked in a bit more. You can see there we've got a bit of a funky bottle shape. So what we need to do is just squeeze that out. We can just prise it away from there, and it was, once all the air comes out, it just really vacuums all the way around the bottle. Okay, like that. Okay, and that bottle. Now, the problem is, if they get it, they can't open it, they can't use it. So you get a gift, but you can't use the wine inside, and that's the main thing. Yeah, what we need to do is get this, the nozzle, and we need to stretch that over either the cap or the cork, okay, and that just holds around. So all that spare balloon has been wrapped around, so we have it just holding around the nozzle, okay. Then we still can't get to the wine, which is a problem, but we can now get rid of the one layer, and now we can actually get to our bottle, okay. And this is the key, and this is the main part of the bottle bods, is yes, we're wrapping it, but we also need to make it practical to drink, okay, because if this is on a table, we want to be able to take the head off, we need to pour the drink, we need to be able to put the head back on. And this is the sales aspect. So if you're doing the table decor, yeah, where people will take empty bottles home, yeah, because it's not just an empty bottle, it is a bottle bod, okay. So there's that part. Now we're going to decorate and make it into something, okay. So here we go. We're going to have a purple, we're going to have a couple of green 260s, a black 350, a green 350, okay, and this is going to make basically the arms and the head, because we don't really need to make it much else, okay. So we're going to start off on the 350 lime green, and I'm going to make a bubble, and I'm going to pinch twist like so. Now we're going to do a very basic head, okay. So we're going to go across a hand's width. Now we can decide how big our head wants to be, yeah. So I've just gone just under a hand and a thumb, yeah. And then I'm going to do the same size pinch twist as this one, because we need our ears the same size, okay. And this is what this is, so I'm just going to double check. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so we have that, yeah. We're then going to go back over again to our first pinch twist, like so. So we have that. Fantastic. I do hope you're all keeping up and can actually understand me. I am from the UK. I'm from a small place called Horncastle, which is in Lincolnshire. And I'll be honest, even though we speak English in Lincolnshire, it's a fine line. I'll be honest. We speak better English than Sunderland and everything, but it's quite close. Okay, so we get our 350 in black, and we're going to wrap this around one of the ears, and we're going to literally bring it over to the pinch twist and back over to the first pinch twist, okay. So we don't need it super tight, because we need it quite sort of where it's got a bit of a gap, okay, so it's easy to put on and off the bottom. So not super tight, a little bit bigger than the green bubbles, just so it's a little bit more relaxed. And back over like so. So we have that. And on the back, we have that. Okay, fantastic. Okay, we can now get rid of this, but we're going to want to keep the end because we need a nose. Okay, so we're going to take that part off. We're going to make sure we save that bit. We're going to tie this off just so we don't lose any air. One side note is if you make these in advance, put the whole bottle in the freezer. Balloons last a long time in the freezer, but unfortunately freezing a glass bottle in the freezer is not the best idea. Take it from someone who knows. Okay, there's a long story there, and I kind of guess you can figure where the story goes. Okay, this part here we're just going to go straight over. Okay, and we are going to wrap that in. What we're going to do, we're going to do a little shock just to give it a bit more of a flatter top than a curve. Make sure that's coming over. Okay. And this part, we're going to let this part down, and then we're going to bring it straight across here to the other ear, deflated, because that gives us a lovely tie point for our nose, and it doesn't get in the way of here. Okay, so in between the green and the black, because well, that's where we would normally put it through there, tie it, bring it down. We can't do that because we're not going to be actually attaching the head physically to the bottle. Okay, so I'm just going to deflate it, and we're going to tie, bring it across the face, pull it nice and tight and around that ear. You can then bring it back around if you so wish, yeah, and just hide that. But you can see there, I've sort of hooked my finger around it. Okay, that's because I need to wrap the nose around that. So as you can see there, I've poked it through. I'm going to pull that tight, and then I'm going to wrap it around the nose a couple of times. Trim off the excess and rearrange everything, push that nose in a bit, because we don't need it like round. We're looking for a more sort of almost pinch twisty nose. Okay, so that can really go in there. So we have that, hopefully. Tell which character I might be making right now. If not, I'm in trouble. We can do the artwork right now on the face. So I've got a black and I've got a white. Okay. And I'll be honest, I'm not the best artist in the world. Yeah, but I know how to draw a pair of eyes, well, 2 circles. And I know how to put like either a smiley face or a frown. And that's kind of what we're going for. So always start off on the opposite side. So if I'm right-handed, do the left eye first. And that way, when you do the right eye, you can see what the left eye did. Okay. Right. So we have 2 very simple eyes. Anyone can do this, okay? We're then going to put some angry eyebrows on there, yeah, because this character's quite angry. That's why he's green. You can see there some angry eyebrows, yeah, looking like mean character straight away, right? Then we don't want him smiling because it's not a smiling matter if he's angry. Okay, so we're just going to go straight across, yeah, like that. Just straight across, yeah. I'll be honest, like I say, you're probably going to do far better artwork than me, but hey, it works and people know who it is, and that's the main thing. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit of white, just a little highlight, just to show I'm professional. Okay, so that is our head of our super character, and we're going to pop him on the bottle like so. Okay, now basically we're now going to do arms, yeah, and he's near enough done. Yeah, we can put because we won't normally put legs on the bottles, but what we can do is we can split the colours up a little bit. So we can take a purple, wrap around the base of the bottle, okay, and around we go. I'm just going round a pinch twist at the back here, okay. It's out the back, so don't worry about it. Yeah, get rid of that bit. Tie that off. And we can take that up and just tidy that up, hide all the knots, okay. This literally just sits in there, okay. Friction will hold it in. As you can see, it ain't going anywhere. Wonderful. Now for the arms. Green 260. In the same green as you've done the body and the face. So if you've used a darker green, use a darker green for the arms. It goes without saying, but I've seen other people do it wrong. Okay. Now, we are going to do a pinch twist. We're going to roll it around the back of the bottle, okay, until we get to the same point on the other side. Okay, and we're going to put another pinch twist on there. So depending on how big your bottle is, so like a champagne bottle, you have to go around a lot further, where a little bottle, like a wine bottle, you don't. So there's no point in giving you that measurement because it's always going to be different. Okay, so we have it to there. Then we're going to do the front pecs. Now, this character has huge pecs. Yeah, I would like to say I've got huge pecs, but I haven't. I've got moobs. Okay, so we're going to go across here, along the front, and we're going to then go to that first pinch twist we did. So, nice and tight, because like I say, only friction's holding this all together. We're going to split that front bubble. So we can take the head off. You can see how easy they come off. It's fantastic. Remember which is the front and which is the back. And just split them over. Split them in half. Okay. Then we can put it back on like so. You start where the shoulders are going to be. And then the front torso, okay? That's all you really need to do. You can draw lines on if you so wish for the rest of the, like, the muscles and everything. But literally, you could get away with not doing it. I personally just get away with not doing it. We need to do the arms. So I'll tell you what, let's take it off. Let's put this to one side. And let's concentrate on the arm. we're going to need big muscles. Okay, so all we're going to do is a very basic 3 bubble roll through like a bird body. Okay, now they don't need to be huge arms. Don't put massive lanky arms on because it looks out of proportion. Yeah, we've literally gone about 4 fingers, and this is going to be the top part of our arm, the bicep. Okay, and we're going to go back up the same size, round that pinch twist, make a bubble, make sure it's soft because if we're rolling it through, roll that through like so. We can put a little pinch twist on if we want, just to make sure that the arm is going to come like this. Okay, and we can leave this part as it is for now, because when we get this other arm on, we can then join, so it's more like joined like that. Ooh. Okay, and that's where the other 2 16-line green comes in. So wrap that around that second pinch twist a few times so they don't come undone. I don't need to teach you how to suck eggs. Okay, 4 fingers again. Back again. Make sure it's nice and soft. We'll roll that through. Oh, a little bit too soft that time. Roll it through. Little pinch twist. Obviously this arm's a lot longer, yeah, but we're shortening that up, so it don't matter. Bring our bottle back over, pop our torso just through friction, it'll hold on there, get our head, and we're holding them and separating them like that, popping our head on. Pinch twist. Obviously this arm's a lot longer, yeah, but we're shortening that up, so it don't matter. Bring our bottle back over, pop our torso just through friction. It'll hold on there. Get our head, and we're literally holding them and separating them like that, popping our head on. How cool is that? Yeah. We then going to be bringing our arms. So I need to sort of look at it at the same time, but I know you want to look at it too. Yeah. Work out where our arms are going to join. So I'm going to go there for that one. And we can put a pinch twist in. Work on this one. Make sure it's going to look roughly the same. And we're going to put a pinch twist in. Okay. Then we're going to put another pinch twist in this one. And then another one, so we have 3 pinch twists in a row. Okay, which is giving us our fist, okay? Now, we're not going to get rid of this one yet. We're going to wrap it around that middle pinch twist a couple of times. And we're going to bring it out the back, and then we're going to pop it. But we're going to want this length on here, and you'll find out why in a second. So trust me, don't cut it off yet. Okay, we then need another 2 pinch twists on the arm with only 1. Okay, and this is giving us our sort of fist. Okay. Like so. And then we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to tie this off. Okay. Spin him back round so you can actually see what I'm doing. So right now we've got 2 arms. We can leave them out that way if you so wished, but I like to bring them in. Okay. Using this scrap, we're going to wrap around these pinch twists to bring both pinch twists together like so. Just going to bring them back round so I can actually see what I'm doing. Right. We're going to bring it from the middle. We're going to pull it tight and wrap it around the middle of that other pinch twist. Back round. Really just bring them in, wrap them around, then trim it off. Okay. Which then gives us our fist together. Look, okay. You know, you can sort of rearrange them a little bit so it looks more like 3 and 3 than 2, 2 and 2. There we go. So you can see we've got 3 on this side, 3 on this, which gives us our look of the punch together. Okay, so that is our first bottle bod. Okay, so I really hoped you was able to follow that one along. Nice and easy, I personally feel. These can, I use these, like I say, table decor, or we can also sort of do upsells for deliveries. There's loads of things you can actually use bottle bods for. Okay, don't have to even be bottles of wine. I've done bottles of pop, not the 2-litre bottles, but posh pop, a bit like Slur and stuff like that. You can do all that. I've even sold a bottle of water, okay, and actually delivered a bottle of water wrapped like a bunny rabbit for Easter. Okay, so there's the hook. I hope you liked it. We're going to do another one straight away. Whew. How's that for a quick change? You might not actually recognise me because I haven't got glasses on. But I'm the same guy as was before. Actually, I'm going to have to put my other glasses back on because as daft as they are, I can't see without them. Okay, here we go. Oh, There you are. I can see a bit better now. Okay, yes, so this jacket might actually give you a hint of what we're going to make next. The next superhero is the one who tells you he's a superhero by calling himself Superman. Okay, so different bottle of wine. Echo Falls, very nice indeed. Okay, it was a great excuse to buy all this wine, by the way. So thanks to Qualatex. You're going to help me get drunk a little bit later, if I'm honest. Great excuse. I've got to buy it. I've got to teach it. Okay, so we're going to go straight into it. Reverse inflate. Okay, I'm going to show you a slightly different way. As you can see, it's about the same sort of height again. Yeah, instead of holding it, I'm going to hold it in my mouth, which I know in a post-COVID world is gross, but it's a different way of doing it. Okay, so I'm going to put it over there, and I'm going to use both hands and push down. Because I'm holding it in my mouth, like so, I can control the pressure. Okay, are you ready? Okay. See how quick and easy that one was. Make sure all that air's out straight away. It is. Yeah, we're going to take this exactly the same. I'm going to roll this down. Okay, and that's this part here. When we roll that down, that stops. When we do break the top part, it stops it going all the way. Okay. Also, doing it this way, you get 2 bits of latex at the bottom of the bottle, because this is where, if you only have 1 layer of latex, you put it down, catches on something, and the whole thing just breaks. Having 2 layers stops that. Not impossible, but it does stop it. We're going to take a little pair of scissors. When I bring this over here, you can see we literally roll that, touch it, oh, shows that cap. How cool is that? Okay, so now we know what bottle of wine it is, and also we can actually drink it. Ooh, baby. Put that over there. Put my scissors over here, somewhere safe. I'm going to take a blush 350, and exactly the same as how we did the hook. We're going to do a pinch twist. We're going to go just under a hand and a thumb, and another pinch twist, exactly the same size, and we're going to bring it back over again, which gives us our front of our face. And then this is where it slightly differs, because instead of leaving that to pop off, we're going to bring it back over again one more time, okay? Because Superman has hair from here upwards, okay? We don't need to have it all black. You can do if you so wish, but we're just going to do a slightly different way, so we have that, okay? Let that down. Bit quicker, there we go. Right, tie that off like so. Leave that little bit of scrap, because that's where we're going to tie our nose to. I should have really left the end, shouldn't I? But it's all right, because I've got spare balloons. We're going to take a black 350. See that? I moved that with my mind. Let's get that. Oh. I could have stopped and restarted it, But, you know, not everyone's perfect. I'm not Superman. I'm not Super Balloon Man at all. I drop stuff. Okay, grab that, wrap that in. Bring it over the back. Wrap that in around that ear. Okay. So we have 2 blush on the front and 1 blush and 1 black at the back. Nice and loose, and I can easily put my thumb up there, okay, which is ideal because obviously when it slots over the bottle. We can get rid of this part. Lob that over there. Tie this off. We can I'll wrap it over to the other ear. Just keep it out of the way, really, make it neater. And we're going to get a black 260. We're going to wrap it in that ear. Now you could have done the whole back of the head in 260 if you wanted to, but I prefer the sort of equal size head, okay? And exactly the same, you could have done black and black on the back. Very much like, I realised the balloon was in my way. I'm so skinny I can fit behind a balloon. I doubt it very much. But it's up to you, okay? This is going to be the top of our head. So obviously, Clark Kent, Superman, whatever, he has a bit of a part in. So we're going to bring it over. And we're going to twist off a bubble. We're going to bring it over. We want it tight, but not too tight, because we want that sort of swooping over. Okay. Twist it around before we're going around the ear, just so it doesn't put so much pressure on it. Round the ear, like so. Now, this part we could wrap around here if we wanted, but that's then making the head look really, really big. Yeah, and this is what I was saying about it being equal, okay, from the sides and everything like that. But especially if it's on a table, you need it kind of looking okay from all angles. So we can get rid of this bit. Ooh. Okay, wrap that around. We're going to have our scrap of blush that's coming out, because this is the point where we are going to connect our nose. Just so happens I have a spare balloon. Okay, we're going to squeeze the air down. We're going to make a nose out of this balloon. Okay, so we're going to twist that up, a little bubble off, nothing too big. Okay, and we're going to deflate this part, and we're going to tie this in like so. So we have that. Okay, and this is going to be our nose for this character. Exactly the same, we're going to bring this over. Yeah, and I've trapped my thumb there. Yeah, so we're just going to wrap it over, wrap it around, bring it back round again, round that other ear. Okay, and that's nice and snug. Okay, that's going nowhere. Take this part, and we're going to snip that off, because we don't need all that. We just need this bit with a tail. We're going to go under where your thumb is, pull it, wrap it around that nose a couple of times, push it into the face, actually push the nose, push them scraps all in, yeah, so the nose doesn't stick out like Pinocchio. If I turn it to that side, you can see there, it's quite a low profile, okay? If it's out like that, it looks a little bit silly. So make sure it's pushed in that little tiny bit, okay? Make sure it's central, looking good so far. Okay, Then very basic artwork once again, very much like the last model that we made. So we're going to go one eye and another eye. Like so. I'm going to put some eyebrows on him. Like so. Then a straight mouth and a little line underneath for his chin. Just like that. Okay, very, very simple, very basic. Okay. No need to overcomplicate things. We're going to put our head over here. We've got our body over here. And I'm going to get a 260 in the same colour as this one. Obviously when you inflate it, it changes colour a little tiny bit. But it's close enough, okay? Exactly the same as before. We're going to do a pinch twist. We're going to go around the back and we're going to do a pinch twist. We're then going to go around the front. Now this time we don't need to separate it for the pecs because Superman, you know, he's just a normal man. We'll wrap that in like so. Okay, this is going to be one arm. This is going to be the other arm down here. Okay, when we get the other balloon in. We're not going to do massive biceps because that's not what Superman's all about. We're going to come about halfway down and we're going to put a pinch twist in. We're going to bring this over back up to the shoulder, but we're not going to wrap it into that pinch twist because we're just going to twist it off and deflate it. Now if you want to save your pennies, you could have always used that balloon for the other arm. I'll be honest, I'm not bragging or anything, but I have got a spare 3p for a balloon, so I should pop it, you know what I mean? Boom, just like that. What? That was magic, wasn't it? Ooh, super. We're going to wrap that in. We're going to do the same again, so we're going to work out, this was 4 fingers. We're going to go 4 fingers, we're going to go pinch twist, like so, and then we're going to go 4 fingers again. Once again, we're going to get rid of all this balloon over there in the scrap pile. When I say scrap pile, I mean bin. There we go. Well, that one didn't actually hit the bin, but shh, no one else knows. Tie that off. You can see there we have our body, and it's sort of like this. Yeah, but you can like move them around a bit. So it's like that, and like this. You can move all the arms around. Okay. We then can get a red 160, and we can go from one shoulder blade down, across, up, and everything like that. Okay, so I'm going to spin it around this way so you can see, because this is the back of our balloon and I'm facing the front now. Red 160 in that shoulder. Okay, now you can have it come straight out. I personally prefer it to come down. We're going to put a shock twist in, like so. If you don't know how to do a shock twist, you're just grabbing it, squeezing it, and then you can see there it like goes a different angle. Okay, we're going to come across here. We're going to work out where we're going to be coming up. Okay, because we're going straight across the shoulder blades. We're going to put another shock twist in. Once again, sort of just grabbing it, squeezing it. Okay, like so. Then we're going to come up the other side to the other shoulder. We're going to twist that balloon off first, around that pinch twist. And we're going to snip that end off. Wow, man, look at that. It didn't even go down. Come on. I mean, this balloon is super. Look at that, it won't even go down when I've cut it. That's Qualatex for you. Best brand of balloons ever. Won't even go down if you cook it. Come on. There we go. Gonna give it a tie to make sure it don't continue going down, and just trim that off. Right, so that's the back of our balloon. That is the front of our balloon. This is the head that's just fallen down there. We're then going to take another blush 260, I think there, what I was using. We're going to put 2 pinch twists in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure you wrap it around plenty of time, because we are going to be popping this balloon, and we only want the pinch twist to stay. So making sure we're wrapping them plenty of times. Okay, do a space to pop the balloon, and wrap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait a minute, I think I might have lost it. Right. Normally you would do a little spacer bobble to pop, but mine started going down, so I quickly popped it off. Here we go. I can't talk and count in the head at the same time, you might have noticed. Okay. Over there. Tie that off. Tidy it up a bit. Tie this one off, because it went down rather quickly. And tidy that one up. Fantastic. Awesome. Okay. Tidy my workspace up. Put these on the ends of our arms, because these are our hands. Wrap around tight, and then just trim it off like so. Wrap it around tight onto the other arm and tie it off. So you can see there, none of these models are using glue or anything like that. It's all friction. Just get the head, whoo, out of shot for a second. Shoosh. That actually took me about 30 minutes to do. I had to go get that and back, but I did it super fast, just like Superman. We're going to do this. We're going to take our head, we're going to open it, force it open, push it down, there like that. Make sure it looks okay, looking good. So there is Superman, and we can, like I say, we can rearrange the arms if we want, so we can make him look like he's flying, like so. Well, not like that, but you get the picture. Yeah, have one arm down, one arm up. You can pose him however you like. Okay, we can put the little Superman logo right here if we wanted. Okay, if you've got like a sticker maker or a printer or anything like that, that's the best bet. That's what I would normally do. I'll be honest, like I've said before, I'm not very good at drawing. I'm not even going to attempt it. Okay, but there you go. There is Superman. Okay, so I've worked it out. We've got about another 15 minutes. Okay, each one of them has taken about 20 minutes to teach. So we've got to do this one super fast. Okay, you could almost say in a flash. Or maybe not. But there you go. So what I've already done to speed things up a little tiny bit, I've already wrapped this bottle. Okay, I've wrapped it in red. Yeah, you might not see it. It might be camouflage, but I think you can see it. Okay, we need some other balloons. We need a blush 350. We need a red 350. Okay, this is going to be our main head. Okay, so we're going to do a small bubble. Yeah, because Flash doesn't have ears as such. Okay, but we need some point to put like a yellow little flick on there. So we're going to go for like probably about 1 to 2 finger pinch twist. Okay, we're going to go around a hand and a thumb again. We're going to do a 2 finger pinch twist again. Wrap that around. We're going to then come back. Same principle every time. We're going to then roll it over again. Remember, this pass, we don't do it as tight. Okay, we're going to wrap that around. And we can get rid of this. Okay, now, I can't remember if Flash has a nose. Yeah, so I'm going to keep hold of that just in case. Yeah, I know it's kind of like one of those masks that cover your nose. So we're going to tie that off and we're probably going to do like a little red nose, okay? But not like a clown, but like part of the mask, if that makes sense. So we're going to tie that off. Okay, we're going to get our blush. We're going to wrap it into one of these ears, like so, super fast. We're going to bring this over. Now, we're going to do this slightly larger, so it sort of almost curves around. So we've got the bottom jaw just slightly wider, okay? Then we're going to snip this off and let that down. Right, tie that so it doesn't go down. Bring it across between the blush and the red. Put our finger in there so we've got a little bit of wiggle room. Pull it tight, wrap it around. You can always wrap it around again and just hide the scrap. I've got it there. It's wrapped in tight, exactly the same as all the other models. We're then going to wrap the nose in, pull it tight around the nose a couple of times and push everything in, okay, like this, okay, and this is our basis of our head. One thing that he has, we need some yellow. Now I'm using 2 yellow 260s. I'll be honest, normally I would prefer to do them out of 160, but lack of planning on my part, I forgot to order any. So we need a bit of an S shape, okay? So we're squeezing that down. Okay, you can see that I've made this a bit smaller through releasing the pressure. Tie that off. A lot easier with 160, I will be honest. Okay, so we'll, after that little sort of slightly S shape, okay, we're going to attach that to one of the ears and we're going to trim off the axis. And then I'm really going to hope that I'm able to make one the same. Okay, so I'm going to squeeze it all down. How are we doing with time? Oh, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. We're doing it in a flash. Flash. Okay. We're going to do a little bit of an S. So make it a little bit smaller than a 260. That's about the same. offer them up. Like I say, so much easier with 160. So we just got that little S in there, doing it with the old friction. I'm going to wrap that in that other pinch twist and get that off. Get rid of them bits. And so we have that. Okay, we take our edding. Just make sure it's nice and primed. And we're just going to, not huge eyes for these ones, but just 2 white spots. Like that. Is more than suffice. There we have that. Okay. Exactly the same. We don't do a smile. We just put 1 line and then another little line underneath. He's going too fast to smile, man. Right. We take this and we put it over the bottle. Push it down. Now this is a champagne bottle. We've got to push that head further down, okay? Where the wine bottles, they sit on top, the champagne bottles, because of the way that it's all shaped, we've got to push this all the way down. But from the top, that's what you see, okay? On the other bottles, you don't see that bit, but on these ones, you do. Okay, we're getting there, but we've got to speed up a little tiny bit. We've got about 7 minutes left. Stay with me, guys. We've got 260. Yeah, now this can be a 350 if you so wish, but we're just going to bring it around and we're going to give him a little break up all this red. Yeah, and we're just going to put a little bit of yellow in there. Okay, wrap that, tie that, and snip it off at the back like so. Get rid of the spare in the bin. Right, so you can see there, just a little tiny knot. That's all it takes. Yeah. But it just breaks that little bit up. Going into the arms, 260 red. Okay, slightly different way this time. A 1 to 2 finger bottle, followed by a loop, because Flash doesn't have his hands out, he has gloves on. So we can just do basic, just your basic hand. We can come up. We can put a little pinch twist. I only want to see 1 to 1.5 inch bubbles. Okay, we don't need anything too big. We're going to go 4 fingers up. We're going to go pinch twist. Okay, like so. Now, we're going to go around the back of our balloon. We're going to work out where we want to be. We're going to be putting another pinch twist in again. Nothing too big. Like so. We're going to pull this tight and we're going to go around to that first pinch twist. Okay, once again friction's going to hold it on. So just wrap that around, snip that off. Why it went that quick, it set a car alarm off. Hopefully that didn't disturb you too bad. Here we go. Snip that bit off. Okay. We've got 1 arm, we need another arm. Another 260 in red. Like so. Now don't have 1 long arm, 1 short arm. Oh no, no, no. We are going to do exactly the same thing again. So we're going to go 4 fingers. Little pinch twist, 1 to 1.5, nothing too big. We're then going to take another 3 to 4 bubbles, a little loop, same size as that other hand. We don't need to be Jeremy Beadle. You'll only get that if you're over 40 in English, but there you go. We're going to wrap that round. We're going to snip this part off. Once again, that was the balloon, not me. I am getting excited. It's nearly wine time. But we're going to wrap that in. Tie that off. Snip this off. Boosh. Okay. That's our main bottle done. And this has taken under 10 minutes. Yeah, and that's with me talking a load of rubbish halfway through. You can kick these out in around 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, flog them out cheap, flog them out fast. Okay, now obviously we could do the artwork. Just straightforward. We're going to just do some basic artwork. Like that. I've banged it in white. I'm super fast blowing speed now. We're going to take our yellow. I'm going to hope it's dry. Here we go. Right, here we go. Not quite dry, but you get the idea. Colour that in yellow. Hasn't really worked, but you get the idea. There is flash wine bottle. How cool is that? So there you go. There's our super bottle bots. Okay, this is just 3 of the possibilities that you can do. You can go wild in the aisles with these ones. You can literally make whatever characters you like. I just chose these 3. These 3 are quite popular. Well, Flash not as popular as he used to be, but you get the idea. Yeah, Superman, fantastic. You can easily make Superman into a doctor or a nurse or anything like that. Yeah, because they are real superheroes right now. Okay, exactly the same as Hulk. Do them all in blush, do them in mocha, do them in whatever colour you like, and he can be a bodybuilder. Okay, loads and loads of different ideas. Do this one in black and it's Batman. Okay, really, really simple. I really hope you've enjoyed your hour with me. I've been Craig Cash from Twist and Make Balloons. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you in the chat. It's been an absolute pleasure teaching for Qualatex. Thank you so very much for allowing me this opportunity. And until next time, bye everybody!
Hey everyone, I am Keren Fridman Braha from Balloons Business in Israel. I am very excited to share my lesson with you. Well, before we are going to start, I want to ask you 2 important questions. What do you think make a standard balloon creation a perfect balloon creation? And the second question I want to ask you is, how do you present a perfect balloon image to the whole world? I guess a lot of you would say the answer is some like editing software like Photoshop. Notice that the name of my class includes the word Photoshop. But let me tell you that this lesson today will not deal with Photoshop. Because I am not a graphic artist or even a big Photoshop expert, I am a balloon artist. This lesson is called that because I believe that we, the balloon artists, we are the real Photoshop in our creation. Only we can turn a regular and a beautiful work into a work that is wow and perfect. So today, in my lesson, I want to share with you how you can upgrade any piece from balloons to one that everyone will be excited and can complement you. It doesn't matter if it's a small or large, or even it is simple or complex design, and it doesn't matter if you are a twister or even a decorator. Let me tell you that I am a twister and decorator too, so this lesson is suited to both of them. I do not intend to teach step by step how to create any specific balloon design. There are many classes like that online and many great classes at the Q Corner convention as well. So I was looking for a special and unique lessons which I can give you lots of tips and knowledge of I required over 20 years in the balloon world. You know, a few days ago I created an organic balloon design for a birthday party. I first created it with common mistakes that many balloon artists around the world make the same mistake as well. This design is a beautiful decor, and some will say it is a perfect and enough wow for them. But we, as a balloon artist, strive that every one of our balloon creation will get our full attention, so will be the result. Then we will love it. I think once we love the result we've created, it is much easier for us to make others love it. And this is my first tip for you. Create balloon art out of love. In this lesson, I will take you into my head and I will show you how you can correct mistakes in any design or even avoid mistake in the future if you learn to apply all the tips and knowledge I will share with you today. I want all of us to pay attention from the planning stage of the design to the stage of the photography at the end of the work, especially if there is no professional photographer at the event. You will need to take the photos. Remember, it doesn't matter what work I will demonstrate just now. This lesson is for both twister and decorator. Are you ready to start? Come on! So here you can see on the screen is a picture of the organic design I created at the beginning. This design is for Hannah's surprise party for her birthday. The fashionable trend in the balloon world right now are designed in these styles. Lots of chic and style, design in calm and pleasant color that create a festive atmosphere and unique experience. So Hannah's family, who invited me to design this decor, asked me for a pistachio green color that Hannah loves so much. So this is the first step I want to talk with you about. Choose the color. So I started to choose the color. I created a color scheme, as you can see now on the screen, that would suit the event, in my opinion. While I created the color scheme from the references in the entire balloon world, you know, I realized that there are no balloons in that colors. So I have to create them specifically. So by playing with double stuffed balloons, I got the color I wanted. As you can see, this is the color that I was chosen. Here you can see on the ladder from the white to the chocolate brown. So now we are going to speak about the next step. The next step is the design location. When I arrived at the event, I saw all the spaces of the place. Choosing a balloon design location is very important, so we need to find the right location at the event that anyone will see it from anywhere. Here you can see on this video that I arrived to the event and I look for all the places and find the right location. So I want to talk about the location of the design, as it is an issue no less important than the design itself. So now I want to show you 3 important points of the location, in my opinion. So the first one is the location of the balloon design needs to be visible from anywhere. The second point I want to talk about is the location that needs to complement the balloons and emphasize them, so we will have amazing photos from the design. A clean and aesthetic place and not crowded and messy. In addition, it is advisable to place in a location where the lighting is most flattering to the balloons. The third point is the location of the designs need to be in a place that integrate with the nature of the space and the environment, with fixed items and elements from the space, as it's showing here. You can see on the picture, you can look at the background of the Windows frame. Or, for example, if the event is outside, it is possible to integrate with a balloon tree in the environment. So if the event is inside a hall or closed room, then look for the right location, both in terms of the lighting and in terms of the clean background around. So I want to say the 3 points that you need to remember. The first one is visible, the second is complement the balloons, and the third one is integrate to the environment. Once we have chosen the location for the design, we started inflating the balloons and sculpturing our piece. To be able to know how to create an organic design, we need a special lessons for itself. There are all kinds of teachers who have taught such an excellent lessons, which, by the way, I highly recommended. I will not show you how I work and create an organic decor, but I will show you the differences between my first experience and the final result. You can see here a number of common mistakes that also exist in many organic balloons around the world. So now we are going to talk about the mistakes. I mean the aesthetics of balloons. Those mistakes detract from the aesthetics of the designs, and that is why it is so important to pay attention to them and avoid them, or even to know how to correct them, just as we shred and edit an image in Photoshop. Want to see the final result? Here you can see on the screen the final result, but now I will show you the difference between them and what the mistakes are. First is hole formed between the balloons. Through the holes that are created, we can see the nozzles of the balloons, the connecting point, the construction, or even the duct wire that contract all the balloons together inside. A combination of small balloons in the organic design help us to correct mistakes and hide holes and volume and depth. I recommended adding those little balloons at the end of the building organic garland. The second one is the non-round shape of the balloons. It is very important that all the balloons in the organic designs will be round like a ball. The round shape gives an accurate and clean look. You can see here the difference between the shape of the balloons. Number 3, using the same size of all balloons. In organic designs, it is very important that we use different sizes of balloons to create the flowing movement of the design. It is important that we make sure to change the thickness in the organic garland. The change in the thickness creates deep and 3-dimension in the work and add to its beauty. Mistake number 4, organic design in a straight line. Produced a lack of mobility in the work, and therefore it is important to avoid a straight line in organic designs. It is recommended that we pay attention to the effect of the wave motion of the balloons. Number 5, symmetrical organic design. You know, it is very difficult to create a symmetry in the organic designs. And in fact, it is also not right to create symmetry in such a design. Unsymmetrical shape of the organic design create a discourse of flow between the shape it connects. For example, between the ceiling and the floor. This shape enables them a natural connection, just like in the nature. Number 6 and the last one is the additional accessories that do not match the design. It is very important that we match accessories that are not balloons to the colors and the styles of the event designs. So here you can see the difference between the incorrect accessories and how prettier it becomes when I use the right ones. You will probably agree with me that the final design is much more beautiful than the first. I corrected all the mistakes and kept all the rules. I added matching accessories that blend great together, like the rug on the floor or the natural green plants alone with the straw tools. In order for the event to become unique and personal for the customers, I added stickers that will tell about the event, Hannah's birthday. Remember, your customers want to feel special and unique. This is the way to do it. Once the piece is perfect, you can spray balloon shine or any shiny material to the balloons. In this case, I did not spray because I wanted a matte look for the balloons that would match the design style of the event. The final step before you go home to sleep, because you work really hard on this design, is to document your work. So now I want to talk about the photography of your work. You know, proper photography is what will stay with you forever, after all the balloons has exploded and the event is over. So through proper photography, we have the ability to give our customers the feeling of what a magical and atmosphere we created at the event. Even if there is a photographer at the event, I always recommended you to take the picture. Choose the right angle that will complement the balloons and hold designs together. So now, after I have finished showing you all the differences and how much we are the real Photoshop of the reality of the balloon world without any intentional addition or correction in the edit, it is the time to apply all those tips in your work. Wait! Want to try together? Let's create together a new and trendy table centerpiece full of style and, most important, accurate in design. So now we are going to do the real things together. Before we are going to start, I want to show you everything here that I have and I prepare. So I have a pump and I have scissors. I have the balloons that we are going to use. I choose the scheme, the color scheme here, and I want to show you all the balloons we are going to use. In this box I have all the balloons already here. So I'm taking the white color. Remember, it's going to be a round shape. Then I want this color, as you can see here. I need spring green balloons and blush 5-inch. First I put the spring green and then I will put the blush. And then I want the pistachio green color, so it's contained the spring green with the ivory. So let's do the double stuff balloon here. Then I want the best color that I love it so much. This is the chrome gold chrome. And then we'll take the mocha brown color. The last one is the chocolate brown. I have already inflated. So this is my scheme color of what I chose for this design, and I'm going to make with those colors the centerpiece. So after we chose the colors of the balloon, I want a nice and unique centerpiece. So I bought here, I already prepared a centerpiece, a unique basket, straw box basket with balloons. This is going to be an organic design centerpiece, and I want the same color will be like ombre color. I want from the dark colors to the bright color. So I'm going to start with the dark color, the chocolate brown, and then the mocha and the chrome gold, and then the pistachio and the spring green with the blush, and then the white balloon. So I will show you how I'm going to attach them, or attached all the balloons together. After I put inside balloons here already, I tie them together to this basket, and now I will tie here together. Like that. As you can see, if I will put here balloons, all the balloons are the same size, almost the same size. So we need to change the size, as we talked earlier. Now I want to use with them. This is a new color, so there is no name for this color. It's spring green with a blush. It's like sand. It's looking like sand. As you can see, I tied the balloons together, so you can see the nozzles, the connecting point. And if I will put like that, there is a mistake here. So when I made this organic centerpiece, I must see that you don't see any holes, any connection. You don't see any connection point. So if the design will be like that, because that I don't want this centerpiece will be symmetrical, I want to make here more balloons. So I can even put it like this. And for the end, I want to add the white color, white small balloons. And if I put it here, I just want to show you that if I'm going to put it like this and connect here, you can see here from here the hole, all the holes and all the, I'm sorry, you can see the nozzles of the balloons. So when I'm going to connect them now, I must see that all the nozzles are hidden. Like that. So I think it is enough. I just will see from my point. No, there is you need to play with these balloons and love the result, remember? So I'm trying to move every time the balloons. And I want to show you. So this is the movement that I was looking at this design, but it isn't finished yet because I think that here's a small hole here that you can see from here. So to hide the hole, I will take a small one with the new color that doesn't have a name yet. I will make it smaller. I will add here to hide the hole. So I play with the position in each balloons and then I will tie the last one here. Like that. Now, after I finish these designs, you know, all these balloons are the round shape, and if I put the non-round shape here, you will probably see the mistake. Now, after you know all the tips and what's right and what isn't right, you can know that in organic balloon decor it's much prettier to see the round shape here. So if I want to spice it up, you need to take 2 dry plants that very, very, very nice for this centerpiece, and to put it like here. So this is the final centerpiece, as you can see. And before we are going to continue, I want to speak a little bit how you can avoid mistake, as we talked earlier. So as you can see, I hide all the holes. I use with round balloons, only round balloons. I use with many sizes of the balloons. I use also with material that are not balloons in this design, and I have a movement, it's not straight. So all these rules are in one design. So I hope you like it. I like it a lot. It's a new design, and what do you think? Now I'm going to show you another example of the centerpiece. As you can see here, there are 2 places that I put the balloons. It's in an organic design centerpiece, but the problem here, the mistake is that all the balloons are in the same size here, something like that. So if we are going to change or add more balloons, small balloons or big balloons, it will get more beauty. So and another thing I want to say about it, that as you can see, it is a straight line here, the part here that above, and now we are going to change everything here, that it won't be straight because we want the movement, and we want another size of balloons, and we want a composition. I want a movement, a wave movement. I want to hide a hold, a small hold, and look what I'm going to do just now. You can see, only if I will change the position of the balloons, look what happens. The small balloons, it gives to this design another shape. So I will do it here, I will finish it here. I already prepared all the balloons. I'm hiding all the nozzles, and now I place every balloon at his place, the right place. Need one more, a small one balloon. You can see I want to leave some of this line, the metal line. I want to leave part of him without balloons, so I will have a composition, the right composition. I'm tie this tiny balloon here. And almost done. Only one more balloon here. The last one is that's almost done. Wait a minute. Like that. So now you can see it's very, very, very beautiful, and it's not straight line here. And now I want to make the same thing here, but another direction. So I will put, and you can see here is all the balloons are the same size. So I will change a little bit. So now the design is almost done, as you can see here. But if we want to make like a twist or shiny more this design, we need to use with a shiny color. So I want to use the chrome gold. You can see it will spice it up, all this design. So I'm going to put the chrome gold here. Like this. Another tiny balloon. I will show you in a minute a hole that in purpose I want to leave it here, because I think that the hole that we are going to see just now is the metal from the base, the line here. I want it to live without balloons, and I want people to see it. I don't want to hide everything. So I think it's nice to see it and not to hide it. I just want to add another balloons, because as you can see here, when I add these small balloons, you can see here the nozzles. So I will put one more, and then I'm going to finish the base. Here. Like this. So now I will finish here. I already inflate the balloons. What do you say? Do you love it? Tell me, what do you say? Do you love it? So this is another examples of centerpiece with the same color, and as you see, it's with movement here, and we have the composition, the right composition. I use with round balloons, and the last one I want to put is the shine of the balloon shine of the chrome gold balloon. I will put only on the chrome gold, because remember, I want the matte look. So when you spray the balloon shine, and when you spray the balloon shine, you need to see that nothing is moved too much, and all the balloons are in the same position. I think that's it. So what do you say? Do you like it? So now, after we finish this design, I really want to share with you the last one of today, and I want to show you. It is a very, very, very unique. So the final design for today, for this lesson, I want to share with you and to show you what we are going to do. It's a very unique centerpiece. I love it a lot. And here I will bring it, as you can see. Here it is a 4 frame of a metal square with different sizes. And what I'm going to do now is to play with this shape and to make a new composition. I'm showing you how I can play and create anytime a different composition. What do you say about this composition? Is it right? And here I can only put this one here. Is it right? What do you say? So this is my composition, and as you see, I can play and change all the time the composition here. And now I want to add balloons inside, but those balloons here won't be together. I want to make a few points here at that composition. So before that, I want to tie them all together that they won't move. So I will take this . And of course I will hide the black tie here. So nothing will move when I put the balloons. So now I'm going to start adding the balloons to this shape, and I'm not going to tie everything here because I want to show you only the composition with the balloons and what we are going to create. So I just will put the balloons at the right position. Um, So now after I finish this design, this is the last design and I like it a lot. I hope you like it too. I want to say that this design is an organic design, but it's not straight line. It is a group of organic balloons together. So we have this group, and here is the one, and the last one here. So we have a movement, a wave movement here, like this, of this all with a lot of shape, a lot of angle, a lot of straight line of the metal square. So it is a combination with a lot of details. It is combination of the colors and the shape of the balloons and the movement here. So I think it is wonderful design, and I think is even suit to a buffet design, not to a centerpiece, because I think it's too big, unless you have a big table, but I think this is a centerpiece for a buffet. I had the pleasure of sharing my knowledge with you. Hope you like this lesson, and of course you are more than welcome to enter my Facebook and Instagram page and also my website and be impressed. Take care of yourself and continue to add color and joy to the world. Bye!
Hey Cute Corner Convention attendees, I'm Holly, the Twister Sister from Twister Sister Studios, and I'm so excited to be here with you today. We are going to be talking about how to get started with yard art. This was something that really took off last year with COVID, and it's a great way to continue working in your balloon business in a new way. If you missed the boat and didn't quite hop on with the yard art train last year, do not worry. It is not too late to get in on this. So a lot of twisters and face painters and other entertainers have taken up yard art as a way to continue doing some sort of work in their business while times are weird, which they still are. So it's really easy to get started with yard art. My customers are loving it. Customers around the country and I hear the world are also loving it. So I know if you start offering this as a service in your business, it could take off for you too and really help you kind of cover those missing income sources that we're all trying to figure out how to pivot and get new things going. So what do you need to get started? We're going to start off this video talking about some of the tools that you're going to need to get started, and then I'm going to walk you through a full demonstration of building a basic yard art design. And don't feel bad or ashamed if you mostly do basic stuff, because the basics pay the bills. And so we're going to be doing a basic yard art design today, but that is most of what my yard art orders are. So they're profitable, they're fast to make. Don't feel like you have to make a beautiful creative piece of art every single time. The basics really do pay the bills. So get to know the basics and you can get started offering this to your clients right away. All right, so the tools that you need, don't feel intimidated by any of this. It's really simple stuff that you can pick up at almost any hardware store. You might have it around your house already. We're going to need duct tape to start off with, different colors of duct tape. I love the purple, but I also always keep a light pink, white, blues, and some red in stock, because I find with those colors I can pretty much cover any sort of theme that I might be making. The next thing you're going to need is a good pair of scissors. So if you don't have a nice one, take this as your opportunity to go get yourself a new pair of craft scissors. It's so nice to cut with a brand new pair of scissors. Then I want you to go in your garage and steal a screwdriver from whatever toolbox might be out there. A nice long one. Try to get as long of a screwdriver as possible. This is a flathead screwdriver. And we'll talk about why you need one of these a little bit later in the video. I've also got to go with the screwdriver, a mallet. This can be a rubber mallet. You can use a hammer. I just like the mallet because I feel like it's a little bit quieter first thing in the morning to be hammering away in people's yards. But a rubber mallet, you might already have one of these as well, but if not, those can easily be found at any hardware store. The thing you might not have yet would be this weird looking contraption. This is just a simple PVC cutter. Think of it as scissors for plastic PVC pipe. See, all you do is open it like this, and I'll demonstrate how to actually cut with it, but it's super easy. Anyone can cut PVC. You just need a pair of these. You'll probably find them in the same aisle as you do your PVC pipes. Speaking of PVC pipes, woo! I like to use the 1/2-inch PVC pipe. You can get these at your hardware store. You can sometimes find them already cut to 5 feet, but usually they're going to be 10 feet long. So just be prepared when you go to the store that you need 10 feet in your car to fit your PVC pipes in there, or some stores will cut them for you. Usually I cut these to 5 feet when I'm going to make a yard art design. So if they're already cut to 5 feet, that's perfect. So I'm going to just set this here. The other thing to go along with the PVC that you'll need is, I like to use these green garden stakes. Some people use other things. There are bamboo stakes that I've also used as well when I couldn't find these. But this is a great time of year to stock up on these. I like the 3-foot green garden stakes. You can find these in the garden section of Lowe's or Home Depot or whatever sort of garden center is near you. And we'll talk more about this guy when I demonstrate how to actually install this in someone's yard. All right, we're nearing the end. All right, last thing I always have on hand and I take with me to jobs and everything is some good Scotch brand super hold tape. This stuff works fantastic on the foil balloons to help things hold together. And it's also great for taping on little connection pieces, which we probably won't get into too much today. But I do love this tape. You can find it at Walmart or order it on Amazon. And it sticks really well to the foil balloons, so it can be handy. Always have that. And then, of course, we're going to need our balloons. So that wasn't too much weird stuff, right? It really wasn't. Pretty normal, everyday things. And then the balloons that you want to pick out, we're going to need a foil balloon for the top of our yard art design. And I like to get the biggest balloons I can find usually. So the 18-inch Mylars and foils, that would be like, I avoid those. If I can't avoid them, that's absolutely as small as I will go. The Qualatex bubbles are really nice sizes. But if you can go even bigger than that, I definitely recommend it. So these 40-inch shapes, I love things in this size. 36 inches, 40 inches. This is great for yard art toppers. So get some big, fun foil balloons. They have the cutest designs. So today we're going to be working with this adorable little rainbowed out narwhal. And we're going to be doing some matching 11-inch rounds. to coordinate with the colors in our little narwhal here. And then, of course, the 11-inch qualatex balloons. So grab some 11-inch rounds. And then I've got a couple of 260s. These I've just made into ribbons. I like to use 260s to attach all my parts and pieces together because I have a ton of them. So I just did all the air out and tie the ends, and then I'll use these to wrap everything together and tie our pieces together. So besides that, now we're going to get our 11-inch rounds ready to go. I'll show you how big I inflate them, and we can start building our yard art design. So to start off with, you want to pick out your 11-inch rounds for your latex. And I've pulled out some of the colors from our whale here. So I'm going to be using this beautiful dark purple that I love. We've got a nice yellow, a light pink, and then I love like that Tiffany blue turquoise. Gorgeous. So I'm going to be using 4 different colors on our latex. Now, you want to make sure to underinflate your 11-inch rounds. And after you inflate them, I like to do the little squish method. So I use a large legenda to inflate my balloons. I do my largest ones at a 0.7 on that machine. Or if you're just starting out and if you're like just coming into this, maybe you've picked yourself up a nice floor pump like a filbert. I used a filbert to do these yard art designs when I was first getting into it to see if I wanted to invest in the larger machines. And for the largest balloons, I would do 2 full pumps, one and then another one, 2 full pumps for the top balloons on my filbert to try to make sure that they were the same size and everything is nice and even. After you inflate your balloons, I like to just give them a little squish against my body because you want it to have this nice round ball shape. You don't want them to be ovaled or elongated out like the balloons will want to do when you first inflate them. So you just squish them down and they make these nice round ball shapes. That's what you want, and that's what we're going for. Okay, once you have 2, we're going to do our pairs. So we're going to tie our pair for our first row, and I've got another one ready here, so you should have 4. And all we're going to do is make our little quad. So we're going to bring our balloons together, flip 2 of the balloons to interlock them, and now this is going to be the largest row of balloons on our yard art design. I like to start with the big balloons, and then I get smaller as we go. So once you have your first 4 ready, take one of your 260 ribbons that you've made, and we're just going to secure the twisted knot end of your ribbon into our little quad here of 4 balloons. And the way I like to do that is I take about the first inch or so of that ribbon, pull it nice and tight, and I'm going to figure 8 it around 2 of these round balloons here on the bottom. Usually I've got this nice and flat on a table, so I can just figure 8 it really fast. So you don't have to tie this in. I just figure 8 it a few times, and this will be secure. It's not going to go anywhere. All right? Once you have your largest layer done, then we're just going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. So on my large legenda, this was a 0.7 for the inflation. My next row, I'm going to go down 2, so I'm going to go to a 0.5, or if I'm inflating with my trusty little filbert here, I'll do 1.5 full pumps on the next row compared to 2 for the large one. All right, so once you have your next set made, we're going to place that right on top of our first pair. See how they just fit right into each other. We're going to push down in the middle of that next row, push down. At the same time, we're going to pull our 260 ribbon up nice and tight as far as it will stretch. And you're going to wrap that all the way around the top. I'm going to go back around the bottom, back up, and I'm going to figure 8 it around a couple of these balloons just a few times. So now this is locked in place. All right, so we're going to do the same thing again for the next row. This is one of my favorite colors. All right, we're going to set this right on top. See how it's alternating which direction your balloons are facing. They just fit right into each other snug right into the little creases. And we're going to do the same exact thing. We're going to push this down in the center. You don't want to push it too hard, but just so that we can get all these fitting together nice and tight. We're going to pull up on our 260 ribbon, and we're going to come down just under that next layer right underneath it. So I'm just going underneath the yellow up top, and we're going to figure 8 it around 2 of these balloons about 1 or 2 times. Okay, so now we've got a nice looking little stack. And sometimes I'll do my yard art pieces with just 3 stacked together like this, and then the big balloon on top. But lately I've really been enjoying adding a 4th layer of a smaller balloon, even smaller than this, and that those small balloons really hug the pole and help stabilize everything up above it. So you never want your balloons on the bottom to be very large, because they just don't have as much. So the smaller the balloons on the bottom are, the more stable everything up above it is going to be. And since we are using pretty large balloons on top, we want stability as much as possible. All right, so again on the Legenda, if you've got one of those machines or something similar, this large layer was a 0.7, this was a 0.5, 0.3, and my last set of balloons is going to be a 0.2. So for 11-inch rounds, these are very, very underinflated. You can kind of see the difference in size. These are still 11-inch. You could probably switch to maybe like a 7 or a 5-inch, but I like underinflating balloons for outdoors because then they're going to be that much stronger against the elements. All right, so same thing that we just did. We're going to nest this right into our beautiful turquoise balloons, pull our ribbon up nice and tight. Going to come up over top of the pink, going to hook it around that layer right below it, come back up through the pink, and we're going to figure 8 it a couple times. Since this is the last row, I might do 1 or 2 times more, but then that's it. So we're going to pull that up and let it go, and it's going to hide the rest of whatever tail you may have left down in the center there. Okay, so there's our nice little tower of balloons. Now, when you're just starting, you may tend to get things a little lopsided. That's why it's great to do your colors in rows. So all the purple balloons are on one, the yellow are the next row, and that way you can really see and visualize if a balloon is out of place. So everything should be straight. But if you do end up with things a little bit wonky, one thing that I like to do to help make sure everything is sitting straight and even is to just go down my little stack here and go on balloons that are directly across from each other and push them in towards each other. Switch and do the other 2. Okay, and that'll kind of move things a little bit, and that's fine. That's what we want. We want this to kind of fix itself and even itself out. So I'm going to do that again on the next row. Take the 2 balloons across from each other and push them in. Okay, and then look straight down. This should look like a nice little square. So it shouldn't look like a diamond. So if you have your balloons like this, woo, woo. If your balloons are like this, sort of looking like more of a diamond shape or something that's not square, then that's not correct. You want to go ahead and push those things out and flatten them and make sure everything is evened out. And even on this first row here, you just want to make sure that everything is even and flat. So you have a beautiful little tower stack of balloons. And there are spaces in here. You can kind of see the inner workings of the strings. But as you can see from the camera, from any sort of a distance, you really shouldn't be able to see any of the inner workings of all of this, any nozzles or ribbons or anything going through the center. Pretty hard. You have to get really close to look in those little windows there. Okay, so once we have this done, then I attach the topper balloon. And so we're going to go ahead and get out our cute little narwhal here right out of the package. And we're going to use a little bit of Qualatex movie magic and go ahead and inflate this guy. Look how cute! I love this. Is one of my all-time favorite balloons. It is so adorable. So So you can see how cute this is gonna look, just sitting right on top of here as our first little basic beginning yard art design. This is adorable. So make sure to buy some of these narwhals because they are too cute. All right, so let's talk about inflating your foil balloons really quick, and then we'll attach them to our latex balloons. So I've inflated this with a hand pump. A dual action hand pump is totally fine if that's all you've got. I know a lot of you are just getting into this, so don't feel like you need to go out and buy a ton of expensive inflators. You can use what you have. If you just have a little $4 or $8 hand pump, that's still what I use on most of my foils, just because I want to be really safe and careful when I'm inflating them, and I like going slow, and that's fine. I've inflated this indoors, so it's always good to keep in mind what temperature it is inside of your house when you're creating these guys, because when you're inflating these with air, things are going to change as the temperature changes when you get them outside. So if it's very cold when you're going to be installing these, you want to make sure to leave yourself access to be able to add more air to this once you get it out to your job site and get it out in the environment where it's going to be set up in. You may find that you need to add more air. So don't ever, when you're putting this all together, we want to make sure that we'll still be able to access this. If it's going to be much hotter outside, then I would underinflate this or fully inflate it if you need to work with it, but then leave yourself access to be able to take some air out at the job site if needed. So the way I do that is by the way that I attach my other 260 ribbon to this nozzle here. So I know a lot of people roll their tabs and stuff down, but then you kind of lose access to that if you need it later. So what I do is I take my ribbon and I just find the midpoint of it, and I put my thumb and my first finger in that midpoint, kind of pull it apart, and I'm pulling the rest of the tails away from there. I guess I put my whole hand in there. It's hard to do this and slow it down. I'm gonna roll my hand forward and grab the balloons and use this hand to kind of hook into the middle of the balloon that we just made, and then we're gonna pull this up. Okay, so we've kind of got like a little slip knot going on here. And then I'm gonna take my foil. We're just going to put this on the tail of it here, and I'm going to fold this over. So I've folded over this inflation point, but you can see that I still have access to the hole where you can put your pump in there. Okay, so once that is folded over, then I'm just going to pull that 260 tail or ribbon nice and tight, and that will make a nice little sturdy attachment. Now, if you want to, one thing that I have done, if I'm concerned about this slipping off for some reason, is I'll take one U-glue dash or your other favorite little glue dot type of thing, and we'll put this on the back like that right here. I'm going to peel off the backing of that. I love U-glue dashes, by the way. Get a box if you don't have one yet. And we're just going to tape or glue that up here. So that kind of hides any little ugly bit that might stick out on the side. It also secures this, so it's not going to slide off if you accidentally pull it too hard or anything like that. But we do still have access to be able to add or remove some air in our balloon if we needed to. Now, if the temperature is drastically different from what it is indoors when you inflate this, I will just not attach this until I get to the job site, because it can be a little bit difficult once it's all put together to get a pump inside of your balloons and get up in there to add more air. So if it's going to be much, much colder in the morning when I install this, then I just don't put this on until I get to the job site. It's really easy to transport everything just like this, these two separate pieces, and then install it once you get to the job site and add a little more air in this guy if needed. But in the springtime, which we're coming up on, the weather and the temperature is perfect here in South Georgia, and so I don't have to worry about that quite as much. But that's just some little tips for you there. So whether you're putting this together in your studio or in the back of your car, like I do at a job site, here's what you're going to do. Let me move this back. All right, we're going to take our latex balloons, and I'm going to take my adorable narwhal, and I'm holding on to this tab here, and I'm going to pull on my 260 tails. But I'm holding on kind of like to the knot of that 260, holding on there, so that when I pull the 260s, nothing on the foil balloon is actually getting pulled. There's no tension on the actual foil or mylar balloon because we don't want it to tear or rip or damage anything. Okay, so we're just holding on to that knot of the 260 as we pull our tails nice and tight. We're going to place our narwhal right on top of our stack of balloons here, and we're just going to thread our 260 tails all the way through until we get them coming straight out of the bottom. So once I have them down at the bottom, I let go with this hand. I kind of put my arm around the whole thing, and then we pull gently on our 2 tails, and we're going to figure 8 around 2 of the balloons on the bottom here. Do that a couple times, let it go, and it's going to kind of hide itself up in there. And now, look at this adorable little yard art piece. Isn't this so cute? Okay, so now let's talk about installing this. One thing that is nice to have when you are working in your home studio, or whatever you've got, is some lamp poles. These are the ones you can get at Walmart. I just went and got all of them. They were like $8 at the time. I don't know if they've restocked, if they're still the same price, but I bought them out when I first moved here. So I've got a bunch of these, and it's really nice. So when you're working and you put your whole thing together like this, then we can just slide it onto our light pole. So we have some place to hold this while we continue to work on other things or add finishing details onto this. You can just have these all sitting around your studio ready to go. This is also a great place to add the beautiful little foil tails. These are foil curtains that I love to add to all of my yard art pieces. I really like the curling ribbon and other sorts of ribbon as well, but this is really fast and cheap for me to add to my design. So all I have to do is take this 260 that I've put on top, and we're just going to hook it around a couple of balloons on the bottom, get it up in the middle there. Now you have a beautiful little curly, not curly, but shiny ribbons that will blow in the wind and kind of cover up the pole and just make it look extra magical. Now I always get a lot of questions from people about how I cut up my foil ribbons or curtains to make those things. So let me just show you that really quick. This is a package of foil curtains. This is just an unbranded one I got in bulk, but you can get them at Walmart. We can get 3 little tails out of one package. So whatever price you find them for, just divide it by 3. And that's usually how much you're going to have going into each yard art pole. It shouldn't be more than like $2. $1.50 would be great. I think when I buy these in bulk, I can get them for $3 per curtain. So it works out to about $1 per yard pole. Okay, now you want to get them to where they're 8 feet long if possible. I think this one is a little bit longer, and 3 feet wide. All right, then you want to take your nice new scissors that you splurged on for yourself and cut off, just cut this into thirds. It doesn't have to be exact. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. So there's going to be my first section, and then the rest of this I'll cut in half, and that will give me 3 nice tails that I can use on my yard art. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this whole thing. You can't probably see it, but I try to get the ends about even. So I've got the halfway point in my hand. And I'm just basically, I'm going to make a big knot right here in the middle. So I'm going to take this over my hand, and then I'm going to pull it back here, grab this, and thread it through. And all that's doing is I'm just making a big basic knot right in the middle here. And then you want to grab a 260. Any color will do. We'll just grab a pink, and since it matches our pink foils, I'm just going to pull it and wrap it around the base of that knot a couple of times so that it won't come undone. Okay, so it's just wrapped around there really tightly a few times, and then I'm going to tie a knot to lock that in there. Okay, and then I'm going to come out here to my two little ends and tie a double knot out here. So now we have a little bracelet. Woo! And this is really great for storing these. I've put some command hooks up on my wall here, and I just hang all of my foil curtains on there so I can always see what I have. And then the bottom, all you have to do is cut off this big flat piece that you have. And so once I get all these hung up on my door, I'll usually go through and just cut off all these bottoms really quick. But that's as simple as that is. So then you have a really nice little tail. You can get 3 again out of 1 foil curtain, or at least I do. And that's what I like to use. So that is that. Now, once you have this built, I like to transport them off of the poles because I have a smaller vehicle. I don't have a huge van, and also because of the way I install the poles, I do a little hammering or malleting, and it'd be hard to do that without the balloons. So it'd be hard to get the poles in the ground with the balloons already on top of them. So I will bag this up. I get the big transportation bags and put this whole thing in one bag to protect it from any pet fur or sharp objects that may be in my vehicle. And then I transport the poles separately. So this is our 1/2-inch PVC. You may choose to use a different size, but I find I really like the 1/2-inch. One thing that I do to make installation a little bit easier on myself is when I cut these, I come to the end and I take my PVC cutters, which I showed you earlier, and we're going to demonstrate how you can cut this. This is a straight across cut. For the part that goes into the ground, I like to do an angled cut that will help it get into the ground a little bit easier. And it also helps, since it's at an angle, if the wind starts blowing and wants to turn your design, since that angle is in the ground like this, it's going to make it harder for the pole to actually move. So I like to do these angled cuts. So I just get my little PVC scissors, as I call them, and just come in at an angle, and you're just going to squeeze. It usually takes about 3 squeezes once you hit that PVC to cut all the way through. And there you go. Just slices right through there like butter. Anyone can do it. And then the last thing is you want to look professional. So we don't want to deliver this with all that PVC writing that they put all the way, the whole length of the pole. And in a pinch, I have tried to remove it with alcohol. It doesn't work. So just make sure you always have some good duct tape or any kind of thick tape on hand that can cover up this pole. It doesn't take too long, but this is kind of my least favorite part of the whole build. It just is a little time consuming, but not too bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover up one side of the pole first. So I'm just going to lay my duct tape on there like this. And I'm not pushing the sides down yet. I'm just pushing the middle down. I'm going to try to get it applied down the middle, the whole length of the pole. So I'm just going to slide it and run my thumb as I go. So it's pushing down the middle of the tape onto the pole. I'm just going to go the whole length of this till we get to about 1 inch or so of the bottom. And if you're not filming a video, it's really helpful to put this on your lamp base, your lamp stand, because these will slide right over those lamp holes, and then it'll hold it upright for you, so you don't have to use your body, but whatever works. So now to get the tape applied on here so that it lays nice and flat and you don't have a bunch of creases on your tape, what I do is I take my hand and just kind of slightly curve it like this. So just kind of slightly starting to form that tape around our curve, and I just go up and down, and it's just slowly flattening the tape onto my pole. So all the way. All right, so now we have that tape applied to that whole length of the pole, and there's no seams or wrinkles or any ugly creases sticking out anywhere. So it just looks like it's a purple pole. Now, if you do have a few little wrinkles, don't stress about it. It is something that you get better at with practice as you do it. So once again, now we're going to do the other side of the pole. And this is something to keep in mind when you're shopping for tape, because you will find some really cute tape in the stores that has polka dots on it, or it's super shiny, or has a really fun pattern on it. Just look at the length and how much you get, because some of these are like 10 yards, some are 15 yards, some are 20. And just keep in mind that we're covering 5-foot poles 2 times. So for 1 yard art design, you need 10 feet of duct tape. So if your duct tape only has 10 yards, you can do 3 yard poles. You can do 3 yard art poles with a 10-yard roll of duct tape. So my advice would be to stick to the basic colors that aren't so fun and frilly, but they will cover more poles, and you won't have to run out to the store for duct tape as often. Or buy it online. You can also get this online as well. So then once your pole is covered with duct tape, grab your green garden stake and your bagged up balloon design. Get your purchase order with the address and everything, and you're ready to deliver and install. I like to make sure to take a couple of spare balloons with me, so I'll have some spare latex balloons in the colors used. If I'm feeling very nervous, I'll take spare foil balloons with me in the car, and I always have my screwdriver, my mallet, PVC cutters, tape, things like that with me in my kit in the car, just in case. You never know what you might need on a job, and it's better to have too much than not enough. So let's head outside and install this so I can show you my installation method, and we can do our first yard art design together and have it ready to go. Let's go. So when you get to your job location, you want to make sure that you've got 4 things with you in your hand as you walk out onto your customer's yard and figure out where you're going to install their yard art. I always take my mallet, my long screwdriver, my garden stake, and the PVC pipe that I've prepared. So the first thing I do is I just kind of glance around for any sprinkler systems or sign that there's piping under the ground. You might not see the sprinkler heads, but if you can do a quick glance and see if there are any, that'll give you just a little clue to be extra careful when you're installing this. The next thing I do is I want to pick a spot in the yard where I want to place this, usually more towards the house or center of the yard, somewhere where they can see it from the windows of their home or their front door, so that they'll walk outside and see it right away, or open the window in the morning and see it, and it'll be a big surprise for them. So once you've chosen your spot, I'm going to get my screwdriver first, and I'm going to test the ground by making a hole. I'm going to push this all the way down to where it touches the handle of the screwdriver, and if I don't run into anything in the ground, then I'll know that that's probably a safe place to install the rest of the design. So you just kind of test the ground by just making yourself a little pilot hole, and just push down gently. If you feel anything hard, that might mean that there's rocks or maybe a pipe or something down there that you want to watch out for. And if you feel anything with the screwdriver, then just pick a different spot and try again. Once you find a good spot where you can push that screwdriver all the way in, I like to leave the screwdriver there just for a second so I don't lose my pilot hole in the ground. And then we're going to take our our green garden stake or whatever you're going to use in place of this, maybe a bamboo stick. And we can pull out our screwdriver and place the green garden stake right in that hole that we just made. So that'll help get it started. And then we're just going to gently tap down with our mallet. And usually I will go, these garden stakes come with some paper wrapped around the bottom, and usually I'll go to where you can't see most of that paper. Most of it is hidden. It's in the ground, so I'll know that this is down deep enough. And then the next thing you're going to take is your PVC pipe, and this is the one where we cut it at an angle, so that's going to be the side that goes in the ground. So we're just going to place that right over our yard stake. And then same thing, we're just going to gently tap that in with our mallet. Usually about 8 or 10 good whacks on this will get it to where it's down a couple inches and I feel like it is pretty sturdy and it's ready to put the balloons on. Then you're going to grab your balloons from your trunk or your delivery vehicle or whatever you have, unbag them and go ahead and put them together. If you transported everything separately, go ahead and put your topper on now and adjust the air if you need to. Once it's all put together like this with the tail on and everything, then what I do is I come up behind, so this would be the back of the stake, so the house is behind me. I want the pretty side of this, whatever side you decided is the front, to face the street. And so I'm going to come with the pretty side facing forward, and I'm just going to wedge. I'm going to start at the bottom 2 balloons. We're going to wedge this pole into those 2 balloons, and we're going to work it up our column here, just gently getting those balloons formed around our pole, and then straighten everything out once it's all assembled. And again, if you need to do the little squish method to squish the balloons that are opposite each other, just straighten everything out and make sure that everything is lined up on the pole nice and straight. And then I always like to make sure that my streamers are positioned in front of the pole and they didn't accidentally get flipped around to the back. So these are going to blow around in the wind and they're holographic, super pretty. Now the last thing I like to do is I will take another 260 ribbon and I'll just pull that into my balloons and kind of go around a few times, really making sure that there's something tying all of this onto the pole, just in case a couple of balloons do pop. You don't want this whole thing to come flying off of the pole and become glitter. So I do take a 260 ribbon and I just wrap it in around here a bunch of times to get this really attached to that pole. That way it's not going to blow off if it gets super windy or if a couple of balloons pop. So now our yard art installation is complete once you've secured it with a 260 ribbon so that it won't blow away if something pops, or if it gets really super windy and wants to fly around, that's okay. So this can wave in the wind all at once. It's not going anywhere. So I hope that you enjoyed this. This is a finished product. Again, I do basic ones like this all day, every day. They're very profitable and it's really fun for me to make. I've really gotten a lot of joy out of making these for people the past year. So I hope that you'll give it a try and I hope that you'll enjoy it too. My goodness, it was windy out there. So sorry if that was hard to hear. It's never windy here in the swamp, but today, of course, was the day for it to be windy. One thing I wanted to mention while we were out there, but I gave up with the wind, is that first of all, yard art is fine in the wind, so it will survive light rainstorms and all kinds of temperatures. So don't feel like your environment will make it too difficult for you to do yard art. You should definitely give it a try at least. And then some people have different types of soil. We have a lot of clay and sand here in South Georgia. If you live somewhere where the ground freezes in the winter, or if there's a lot of rocky soil, you might want to try some other techniques for getting your poles in the ground. I know some people will use drills and kind of drill a little pilot hole to get things started. So, you know, definitely check with your soil type and what kind of things are typical for your area and adjust accordingly. I also wanted to mention one thing that I like to do, because we're not interacting with our customers on these jobs. They're mostly contactless deliveries where I don't even see the customers at all. I don't get to see their reaction. I don't get to talk to them too much. And so we don't have an opportunity to really market ourselves like we would at a birthday party where maybe you're twisting for 25 families and everyone asks you for your card at the end. So what I like to do is I like to leave a little marketing behind, just a little. I don't put a big sign in people's yards because I feel like that's a little overboard, especially if they didn't ask you or give you permission. But what I will do is give people the opportunity when they're purchasing their yard art designs to leave a gift message. And so if somebody says, "Happy birthday" from your grandma and grandpa, I will write that on a card, which I've had a bunch of different kinds of cards printed up. And I would just write that in here. And then on the back, I will add my business card, or I've also had my business card made into little cutout magnets. And so these are really great to leave behind as well, because if there's any type of business card that I actually keep, it's the magnet ones that are stuck to my fridge for the last 3 years since we moved into this house. So people do tend to keep magnets. So it's a great idea to get your business card printed up as a magnet and plop that on the back of any gift messages that people want to send along with their yard art order. If you had someone place an order and they didn't opt to send any sort of a gift message along with it, you can also just tape one of these guys onto your pole on the back of the design, or maybe use a little glue dot or something right in the center and just plop it on the PVC pipe so that it's not actually on the balloons and doesn't accidentally get thrown away with the balloons. There's also an opportunity, and I do this especially in the summer when it's hot, is I've printed off care cards, and these just instruct customers about weather and temperature changes and how this could affect the balloons, and that it might be a good idea to bring their balloons inside if temperatures are going to be above 90 degrees in the afternoon. And so that's another place where you could leave some marketing information on the card itself, have it printed on there, or you could attach a nice magnet or business card to this as well, and then just pop that onto the back of your PVC pole. So always leave something behind that has your signature on it so people know how to find you or to share your company with others, because no doubt people are getting asked, "Where did you get those balloons in your front yard?" Their neighbors are asking and their friends on social media. And so you always want to leave something for them to refer others to you. So don't forget that important step. And lastly, the other thing that I love about yard art is it's really changed the way I do business online with my customers. Gone are the days of chasing people back and forth over 5 different social media messaging platforms or emails or text messages and trying to remember where everybody contacted me from and following up with everybody. It doesn't happen anymore. I just can't do business like that at this time in my life with 2 little kids and being a military wife. I just can't do it, and I can't be on the phone all day either. So doing the yard art has allowed me to create a website with my different yard art options available as products, like a store where you would buy clothes at online. So people can see everything that I have available, and they can check out and purchase what they want, and put in their delivery times and addresses and everything, all online without having to talk to me at all. We, of course, have the option for people to contact us via a contact form on our website, or they can get a hold of us through our social media pages. But for the most part, 95% of our customers just see what we're doing online. They go visit our website, they choose what they want, and they check out and they order, and everything is done without us having to do any back and forth at all. It's been amazing, and I love it. So every time I get some new foil balloons in that I want to use for the next coming holiday or season, I'll just go ahead and plop those up on my website as yard art options, and then people can see the new things that we have available. and just purchase right on the website. So it's been a huge game changer for me and a really big time saver in my business, which is really important to me these days at this time of my life. So that's just another plus for yard art that's different from the world that I come from of party entertaining and doing twisted balloons, where it would be almost impossible to have a website set up like that where people could see everything that you do and check out or purchase different twisted figures when you can do so much custom. These, of course, can be custom, and we welcome custom requests through our contact and other messaging options. But if somebody knows what they want and they just want to get online and order it, that's what people really love this day and age. Not as many people want to talk on the phone anymore, especially younger generations. They want to be able to do everything on their phone while they're sitting in class or going to the bathroom or whatever they're doing. They want to be able to plan their party in between changing diapers, and they don't want to have to wait for back and forth or jump on the phone. So that's a great option that yard art has allowed us to do in our business. So I wanted to share that with you guys as well. And one last thing before I let you guys go, if you're going to set up a store and you're going to sell yard art through a website, don't miss out on the opportunity to add upsales. We've done a ton of upsales with the yard art. Since you're going to be delivering things to people's houses anyway, you might as well add on some gift delivery services or candy cups. So Valentine's Day was huge for us for candy cups, which is something I've never really tried to sell too much in the past, but they just sold so naturally for that holiday. And so it's something that you can set up on your website where if people order a yard art or a yard bouquet display, then they can also have a candy cup delivered or a centerpiece or something to hang on their door. And so doing yard art orders has really allowed us to increase our revenue with each order because we're enticing customers with all sorts of fun little goodies that they can also have delivered at the same time. So you can have something for outside and then continue the party inside with a fun candy cup balloon design or a fun nice centerpiece to also decorate the inside of their home with as well. So that's just something to think about to help you guys increase your revenue. I hope this has been really informative and helpful for you if you're just thinking about getting into doing yard bouquets or you're just starting out. Don't be afraid to get started. If you just know how to make something like this, you can be in business doing yard bouquets. Learn how to make all the fancy stuff as you get more comfortable, but the basics like this are perfect for starting out and can take you a very long way. I hope you guys enjoyed this little chit chat. Let me know if you have any questions about anything you saw today. I'd be happy to help you guys get started. And hopefully I'll get to see you in another class very soon. Enjoy the rest of the Q Corner convention. Bye guys.
That should be working. There we go.
The light was on. It said it was on, but it wasn't on.
Absolutely. You should be able to hear us now. Can you hear us?
You know what? Everything we said was amazing.
It was.
It was.
What you have to be able to do is lip read.
Yes. But in a nutshell, we need to reset our computer because it is very tired right now.
Right, okay, yeah, absolutely. Not just the only thing that's tired.
Yes.
The boys are so quiet. Is the slider all the way down or something?
No,
Slide all the way up.
We're up. We're on max.
We're
the
on
volume's
max.
on.
We're fine. We're fine. You can hear us. Somebody's still saying no sound. You're on back. Okay, we're good. We're good. You can hear us. Okay.
So what we were saying is part 4's done. Part 5's about to happen. We've got 2 lovely Canadians kicking it all off with some fantastic designs. From there, we're going into our panel questions. Again, not with 4, but with 5
Holly,
people.
who was just on there, said that she's such a bad lip reader, so you wouldn't have understood anything that we said. Try harder. That's what we're saying.
Yes.
We've put the link into the chat right now, which is the link that's going to take you through to part 5, which will kick off with fantastic Ellie and Alex from Canada.
Yes.
And then after that, we're going to jump onto
the panel question. This
business
5
questions.
business people.
If you have any questions that you would like to ask any of our business gurus,
you need to get that in the chat.
Get it into the chat, and
when
we'll do
they
our best
go live, though,
to line them up.
Don't do it yet.
As soon as the class
question.
starts. As soon as the class starts, please get that on there, and that would be fantastic.
But we need to go now because we need to reset everything.
So I'm going to put the link in the chat one more time. You guys can hit it and get yourself over to the other side. And we'll see you very, very soon once we've reset this beast.